Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the March 4th Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. Treasurer Wagner, would you please call the attendance roll?
Mr. Craig,
Here.
Mr. Lindy,
Here.
Ms. Mapp,
Here.
Dr. Moffitt,
Here.
Mr. Morosky,
Here.
Vice President Weinberg,
Here.
President Bolton.
Present. Vice President Weinberg, would you please explain how the audience can participate virtually in the meeting tonight?
Absolutely, yes. So good evening, everyone. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat features will be open for your request for 5 minutes. And if you would like a direct response to any of your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and also your contact information.
Thank you very much. The chair will now entertain a motion and a second to approve the March 4th revised business meeting agenda. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President. Treasurer Wagner, would you please call the voting roll?
President Bolton, discussion
Yes.
question
Sure.
before vote, if that's.
No, I'm sorry,
appropriate.
yes.
Are we gonna, there was no superintendent's update section on here that I saw.
Right, not tonight.
Not tonight, but other nights we can look forward to one.
Possibly, yeah. We've had them so far, I think, since while you were president and since while I've been president, we've had them, but not tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. Now we can go ahead. We have the vote.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes,
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Dr. Moffitt,
Yes.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes. Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes. Thank you very much, everyone. Tonight's agenda is approved as posted and as amended or revised. We now are going into kind of old business, if I recall correctly. And what we try to do on old business is to follow up what we didn't quite get done in the previous meeting and had to move on or wait for the particular week. And I will take the privilege of the chair to lead that off. And then we have a couple of other members that have some items that they'd want to share. Mine is again, a reminder to our chair and policy. And then also for those members that have been so advised in the last meeting, we talked about the fact that in our bylaws, we had some conflicting, contradictory language in defining meetings and also trying to establish, if we could, how we proceed for our agenda items. And so that has been referred to policy, and policy will be coming back with those, possibly with changes if they feel it's necessary. But I did want to share, and the superintendent was good enough to following the bylaws and following what her understanding of the efforts in that area were, produced a list of a year-long calendar for us of meetings. And I think it's something that Chairman Craig had mentioned when he was speaking about at our organizational meeting. But the superintendent produced this list, and you'll begin to see that if we followed necessarily the language of the bylaws, this is what we would be doing the rest of the year, and about the only thing that we'd be doing the rest of the year. And while it is, as Mr. Lindy points out to us, incredibly important, it does not necessarily give us much room to do much else of board work. And the other piece I wanted to make mention of, particularly, I think we might, because of this, want to be thinking about rethinking wherever we are about the committee of the whole. Because the committee of the whole, I think, as we had envisioned in part, was really talking about instructional performance and what have you. So I just passed those things out, not for any great discussion this evening, but in the hopes that policy will be able to address the language, and we will have a better understanding of the definition of the various meetings, and how we can best use them as we try to build our agendas for the rest of the year. And I do have language for us, if anybody's particularly interested, the language pieces that are part of that. If you're interested, I will pass those out, or we can get them. That takes care of the first one. The second item that I have to bring forward to us if we can, and that is, again, what we talked about the last meeting, was to think in terms of how we reorganize our seating arrangement, our table logistics, also whether or not the audience should be lit if with some good light out there because of those steps. The other problem that's been raised by security too is that when we do have a great number of folks, it's probably unsafe and inappropriate to make people wait on steps. So making a better use of our floor area. So those are the kinds of things. So if I asked members if anybody had any particular ideas, I do have a little piece of paper to hand out about seating arrangements, and I'm sure we'll all have a great opinion about it. There'll be at least 7 opinions, I'm sure, about the seating arrangement, but I will pass that paper out as well. And as we look at our agenda, I also would like us, if we could, to be thinking about the permanent language we put on the agenda. I think there's, when we created it, if you'll recall, we did it to try to get through it and to try to find great consensus and unanimity. And we did with the language, but I think we have some sentence fragments and whatever. So I would encourage all the wordsmiths, especially Mr. Morosky, Mr. Language teacher over there, to see if we can make sure, and I have some suggestions that the board staff put together. I'll pass those out too for folks. But I think since this is our agenda and it is what is published, I think it'd be best to have at least the King's or Queen, I guess we say King's English now. Poor Elizabeth, I miss her already. At any rate, those are my items that I wanted to bring up, and we can't do a lot of emailing back and forth. We're not really allowed to do that. So I hate to trivialize our night tonight by bringing some of these topics up, but I wanted to share with everyone. If anybody has any comments about any one of those 3 or questions, I'm happy to facilitate some discussion. And if we did have a different table setting here, less panel, less presentational, it might make it more conducive too, to have some of our committee meetings more permanently in here rather than take up our other side of the building, which is used pretty regularly. And I'd appreciate us to be thinking about that for the benefit of other folks. Anybody have any questions, comments about any one of those 3 items? Happy to, Madam Superintendent.
I think my question is relatively quick. So I know we generally ask about whether or not documents are on board docs. Is this something that we need to send to Rob to put on board docs, or just sharing it like we did was fine?
I think this is so informal and a follow-up, but we'll be happy to put this on board docs, these 3, and that would pertain, I don't know that but the draft you sent us was kind of internal. It was
Okay.
not necessarily for public.
Just want to make sure.
This seems very internal as
Okay.
well, so I don't feel compelled. It's possible that the proposed language for the agenda, the permanent language, that might make some sense, but
Okay.
this other stuff is more you, me, and us. So, but indeed, if anybody wants to be able to have access to it, we can do that. Any other questions, comments? Great. Thank you so much for obliging me with those items. It makes it much easier for us to keep moving ahead. Next, we have Member Mapp. I think are you next, ma'am? Go for it. Member Mapp, doing with our bylaw demands, which is reporting back. And she was able to do that, or ready to do that last meeting. But indeed, we saved it for a bigger audience tonight, more time. So Member Mapp's going to be sharing what she learned and what she brings back to us from Council on Great City Schools. Member Mapp.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, and I'll try not to be as long, but I wanted to make sure that I was very detailed in all of the things that I learned. So during the weekend of February 9th through 10th, I attended the Council of Great City Schools Implementing Student Outcomes Focused Governance Board Development Workshop in Louisville, Kentucky, along with approximately 26 other cohort members from all over the country. The experience was informative, engaging, challenging, vulnerable, inspiring, motivating, and rewarding in many ways. The introduction to the cohort began with discussing the 3 driving levers to enhance student outcomes from the role of a board member, which are knowledge, skills, and mindset. The foundation of the work was dedicated to exploring our mindsets because this is the greatest area that will change the trajectory for student success. It has been quoted frequently that student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Unfortunately, we could not adopt this as mere rhetoric. However, we had to lean into uncomfortable places and assess how we were showing up throughout our leadership. Regularly, we were tasked with engaging in self-evaluation by asking ourselves and answering a series of hard questions such as, what was my behavior? What was the benefit to self? What was the cost to students? In that moment, what I was pretending, or what was I pretending, and what will I do differently? This introspective exercise encouraged us to reflect on our decision-making process, not appeasing adult inputs because it does not determine student outputs or outcomes, identifying the instances where certain actions made it harder for students to be successful, being accountable for our actions, and focusing on our internal locus of control to create new possibilities and positively change student outcomes. Once we were clear on reframing our mindset, we were then able to transition to the topic of knowledge. We discussed that the sole purpose of a school board is to create the conditions for improved student outcomes by representing the vision and values of the community. As board members, the primary objective is to make a long-term investment in the students by prioritizing the overall development and growth based on what students should be able to know and do. Furthermore, the board's work consists of adhering to state or federal statutes, actions that are required by board members, and responsibilities that cannot be delegated. In contrast, we clarified the role of the superintendent, which begins where the board works in. The superintendent's role is to implement and execute the vision and the values. Understanding the difference can be challenging because constituents of the district can serve simultaneously from the perspective of ownership and customer service. Yet the board is expected to discern what the value is and respond accordingly by reflecting gratitude, listening, connecting, and extending an invitation to connect to the areas of concern that relate directly to the board. Equally, the board members must direct constituents of the district to the individuals who are closely connected to address and mitigate the problem. This course of action minimizes the likelihood of issues falling between the cracks, duplicating efforts, or wasting resources. Equally, it improves customer service, decision-making, and fairness. I'm almost finished. Lastly, once a board member has embraced a growth mindset to change their adult behaviors, have a thorough understanding of their why, and are clear about their role in representing the vision and values of their community, board members are then equipped with the necessary skills to effectively govern from a lens of student outcomes. The school board captures and implements the community's vision for what students should know and be able to do by establishing SMART goals, which are specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound, based on summative assessments and directly aligned to enhancing student outcomes. The process for identifying the community's vision is through the intentional efforts of engagement and outreach, meaning we offer an opportunity for our community to come to us and we actively seek to meet our community where they are. In conjunction with the goals, the superintendent determines the interim goals based on benchmark data that is predictive in scope. The interim goals should indicate a moderate to strong correlation that will ensure that the district is on track to meeting the projected goals. The board is also expected to listen to the community to understand their values and ensure that is reflected through the guardrails, which communicates what is unacceptable on the journey toward accomplishing the desired outcomes for students. Guardrails tell people what not to do and leave many options while removing one or two. It is important to note that board members should refrain from providing directives to the superintendent because it is counterproductive and in direct contrast to the guardrails. Directives limit the superintendent from making key decisions or adjustments when necessary. Governing board members represent the vision and values of the community, and they rely on the superintendent to determine how to accomplish the vision while honoring the values. Throughout this process, regular progress monitoring should occur for both the goals and guardrails. Also, the board is expected to spend 50% of its time every month clarifying priorities and progress toward goal attainment. I hope that this report was helpful and relevant to all of us to continue to make strides towards successful student outcomes. While we have areas of continued improvement, I am proud that our district has been progressive in serving from a student outcomes focused governance model. And so as a cohort, we're still continuing to meet weekly, and we have homework assignments. We are reading great on their behalf, and we'll have our final workshop in Texas in October.
Thank you, Member Mapp. Really appreciate it. Do any members have any questions, concerns, want to discuss some of the things that Member Mapp has brought to our attention? Yeah, I think we're pleased and have spent a couple of years, we've been longtime participants with the Council on Great City Schools, and certainly spent the last 2 years working on all of those sorts of catechisms, if you will, and advice. My favorite line, though, is that on the Council on Great City Schools, they do describe the public as the owners of the district. That I try to keep at the uppermost of my mind at any rate. So thanks a lot, and I appreciate you making adjustments and being able to attend.
Absolutely. And again, I was really happy that our district, has really laid the foundation, and knowing that we are off to a great start, and other, cohort members are just kind of at the developmental stage, and we have definitely surpassed that.
Thank you. I would agree with that. Board Member Moffett, Madam Chair, do you have a topic to present to us?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, President Bolton. I brought this up for discussion the last meeting, and I've addressed this several times through the superintendent, and then most recently, speaking directly to Chief Sherwood around the the website and navigation of the minutes and navigation of the links. And so I wanted to have a formal, I guess, I don't know if I need to just bring this up formally around access. I've had several concerns and questions from people in the community. They're just like, hey, we can't access the minutes, or it's not very easily accessible on the website. And so again, this is just, I've heard the response several times. It doesn't seem to change that members of the community are having angst about being able to very easily access the meetings and the minutes on the website. So it's just an effort to bring this up. I do think it needs to be mentioned that the 3 direct reports to the board are the superintendent, the treasurer, and the internal auditor. That is not very clear on our website. And so perhaps now that people know that formally, we can have some alignment with the website, the how the work of the treasurer and the work of the internal auditor are actually very formally poised on the front of the page, so that people don't have to navigate so deeply into the website in order to see the work that's being done financially and the work of the internal auditor. So that's really just, it's really was a formality, because I've brought this up several times at the request of people that have asked me for the links, because it's not very prominent. Just formal.
Thank you. So my understanding then is that we maybe when we get ready to do assignments, if you wanted to find a way to make part of that be an assignment,
Okay.
that would work. And the issue is the visibility, particularly of the public work that we do as board members. Is that
Yes.
part of the
Yes.
issue? Do anybody else have comments or views about that? Superintendent.
Thank you, President Bolton, and to Board Member Moffett. So I don't know if this is the time or not, or if it's during the assignment, but we can clarify the information. I think one of the things that would be beneficial is right now, minutes are approved after the meeting is actually over. And so if the staff is directed to add the meetings to the actual minutes, the minutes to the meeting that the meeting occurred in, I think that that would address one of the concerns.
Okay.
The second is both of the links, all of the links are active on the website. There have not been additional minutes that have been placed on the website since September of 2023. There was a conversation agreement for alignment that the one repository for everything board went through board docs. And so that's what's happened since September of 2023. The third thing is there are separated, based on feedback, there's separated links, and several of us are looking at those during the meetings. There are separated links for an active live meeting versus a meeting that's after the fact. And so maybe what we could do, we've attempted to provide that clarification. Maybe we can work with the team and clarify that maybe on the front page. We've tried to do that on the site, but clarify that on the front, even more clarification in terms of just the access to the minutes. Because when you actually go to the page, and we could have Rob bring that up at some other time, but when you go to the page, there is clarity around those pieces. I think where there is concern is the minutes. If we have a meeting today, we know the minutes from today aren't approved today. And so they are then attached to the meeting that they actually were approved in. But that is as simple as the board office going back into and putting the minutes back in the other, on the other meeting, if that's what is so decided to do. So that may offer some clarification, but if there's more we need to do through assignment, we can provide a more comprehensive response, because that's the answer.
Thank you, Superintendent. Member Moffett, do you have any
So
comment
actually,
or thought?
Actually, I do. And I wasn't speaking of the minutes in the moment for the meeting that's occurring. I'm going to reference the email sent February the 12th, 2024 at 10:04. And again, the information was repeated, but I sent a screenshot of the person sharing that the information was unavailable to the public for a previous meeting. So I tried my hardest to give as much information that was provided to me so that this was not simply just a Dr. Moffitt issue that I've repeatedly made. So go back to that email from February the 12th. There is a screenshot included there that a member of the public shared that they attempted to click on the links of previous meetings and minutes, and they were unable to do so. So I'm happy to make it as an assignment, because I
Right.
think that perhaps maybe a further clarification rather than just repeated information needs to be done. So I'll make it then.
Yeah, it might be something when the assignment comes, the board staff and administration kind of get together and try to figure out how best to get that taken care of. One of the things that the treasurer is in charge of is her other title is literally secretary to the board. So I don't know if at this time treasurer has anything to add to that, or would want to be a little bit a part of whatever new plans take place. Madam Treasurer?
Yes, excuse me. So yeah, we are responsible for taking the minutes and producing the documents to be reviewed and then adopted to the board. But we're happy to participate in any process improvement conversations.
I think you introduced that term some years ago to the Cincinnati Public Schools, process improvement.
Yes.
I think that's a signature piece for you. Thank you very much for all of that. And now Vice President Weinberg, do you have a topic to share?
I do have a topic. It was on the agenda a couple of meetings ago, and I'm happy that we're able to quickly address it. I will not take too much time. I just wanted to kind of discuss, I know that we have our roles and responsibilities or our code of ethics within our bylaws, but I just wanted to kind of put out there in terms of within our board, just making sure that our board, we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. We're adhering to the rules. I don't want to be a taskmaster, or I don't want to be a person here saying that you should be doing this and you shouldn't be doing that. But I do think that when we took our oath to be board members, we took our oath to be ethical. We took our oath to be honest. We took our oath to be fair. And I think just being also out here in the community, I want the community to have, or to know that they can trust us, that they can depend on us, and that we're going to represent them well. I wanted to bring up board etiquette and board protocol. I know that I was going to call on my fellow colleague down, a little bit there, Board Member Craig, in possibly having a discussion in terms of if this is something that the board is interested in looking into to making sure or ensuring that we all are being respectful at the end of the day. I'm huge on respect. I'm going to kind of open that up. And before I open it up to Board Member Craig, or however you would like to do it, I did look at a couple of things, and I didn't know if this was something that I could put forth through to policy. A couple of just sentence changes in terms of what would be expected of board members. And for example, this was one that I kind of saw when I was Googling some things. It just says conduct at a board meeting is very important. Team members have agreed to avoid words and actions that create a negative impression on an individual, the board, or the district. While we encourage debate and differing points of view, we will do it with care and respect to avoid an escalation of negative impressions or incidents. And as I stated before, my thing is all about optics and how we look in the community and what we represent.
Board Member Craig, I know that in our organizational meeting, you had talked about kind of an operations manual, and you have any comments for the topic that the Vice President has brought to our
Sure.
attention?
Sure. No, I mean, as I've said before, I think there should be a standard of conduct, but I think unfortunately, I think the best we'd be able to do as a board is the board bylaws that we're going to work on, because I don't think the board or the board guardrails, because I just don't see that our behavior as a board, especially in the time period that we are working in now, demonstrates that we would adhere to whatever protocols that we would set. And so I think for me, a better use of the time would be to focus on the board guardrails and focus on our budget and other things that we have a more pressing need to get out. Because I mean, just my personal opinion as a board member is that I don't see us behaving in a way that would demonstrate that us having a set of protocols would change how we act towards each other or how we communicate with each other, either here or in other settings. And so I think it is still a good idea. I just don't know that we would adhere to it and or live up to it in a way that would make it worthwhile.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Comments, Vice President?
And I just would ask, just kind of curious, in terms of my other colleagues, if there's anything else that they would like to add with that. Thank you, Board Member Craig, for adding your piece onto that.
Other members want to comment? Mr. Morowski?
Thank you, President Bolton. Thank you, Vice President Weinberg, for bringing it up. My comment is short. I mean, if there's any process that could increase collegiality among us seven, I'd be supportive of it.
Thank you, Mr. Morowski. Member Matt?
Yeah, so I am in agreement with Board Member Morosky as well as Board Member Weinberg. And I think it's important for us to all be mindful about just how we show up and what our presentation entails. And then also, if there is a way to have, I don't know, like a parliamentary role to make sure that there is a point of order when things or focus is derailed, to just keep us on track and get us back.
Thank you very much. Any comments? Yes, ma'am.
Well, I
Dr.
definitely
Hoffman.
want to agree with my colleagues. I do think that there should probably be some sort of addendum around respectful behavior. I don't think it shouldn't be necessary, but we certainly have witnessed that that's needed. And respectful behavior to me is inclusive of facial expressions. It's inclusive of body language. It's also inclusive of just cutting people off. And it's unfortunate that we have to say those things, but I think that, or write those things, but I definitely think we should charge the policy chair and the committee to take on that responsibility. There are examples around other districts that I've been very blessed to be able to see from other districts across the nation where they've had to have this because board members have resorted to less than courteous and respectful behavior. So I thank Vice President Weinberg for bringing it up. And when we get to the assignments, Board Member Morosky, you're on.
Last questions, last comments, thoughts? We have enough direction to go in, or you want to come back at this, Vice President?
So I do plan on bringing it back up during assignments, but like I said, I wanted to have a small conversation regarding hearing what others thought. So thank you. I will bring it back up.
Thank you very much. That concludes the old business, I believe. And now, do any members have any acknowledgements or announcements? I know that the superintendent does have some announcements regarding retirements. Madam Superintendent?
Thank you, President Bolton. So our retiree announcement, Peggy Lundlam, Senior Support Specialist at Hyde Park School. And I think that's our only one for this time. So let's give her a round of applause and thank her for her service.
Great. And who else has some acknowledgements and some announcements? Mr. Lindy?
Thank you very much, President Bolton. I didn't realize Peggy was retiring. She works at the school where I am a parent. And thank you for all of your service. This was not the announcement I was going to make, but I will add that. I wanted to say, in the last couple of meetings, I have brought up the fact that of all the large urban districts in the country, Cincinnati Public Schools had the second highest math improvements post-COVID of any of the largest urban districts in the country, and that was a big deal. And I was hoping that we would have some great coverage from our local media on this topic. I was very excited in our last meeting to learn that 2 of our local news stations had run stories on it. I was very excited over the weekend to see this really great giant picture at the top of the forum section in the Enquirer covering the improvement in math learning in our district. That again, just for everybody who's listening, number 2 in the country in terms of academic improvement in math post-COVID. That is a huge testament to the hard work of our teachers in CPS, our administrators, the leadership of this administration, my colleagues at the table. And I wanted to say thank you again. I think to all of those people, also thank you to the Enquirer for covering this. It's a big deal. I think people here have a lot to be proud of. I think we are moving in a really good and important direction, not just because it feels that way, but because there is data about how much kids are learning that says so. So thank you again to our local media. Thank you to our teachers, to our administrators. Thank you to my colleagues. We had a lot more work to do.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Does anybody have an addition, some more information? Member Moffett?
So I apologize that I did not get an opportunity to put up a slide, but I was able to be the keynote speaker at LEAP Academy with Principal Byers and her staff. They had an awesome, this was the very first Black History Month ceremony. And the kids, they just got a cheerleading team. They were much, much better than my keynote. So congratulations to Principal Byers and her team and her staff. And the other cool thing that I did is the Cincinnati Tennis Academy invited me to help them raise money for our students that benefit from at Withrow and other schools from their events that they do with our students. So I learned how to play pickleball. So thank you for inviting me for both of those events, LEAP Academy and for the Cincinnati Tennis.
Other announcements and acknowledgements? Member Mapp?
Yeah, so I just want to highlight Westwood Elementary, where I give the fun fact I was a 5th grade student there years ago. But I'm just wanting to thank the Westwood family under the leadership of Principal Grant, as well as the resource coordinator, Ms. Beckford, and the music teacher, Mr. Bailey, for inviting me to just experience their Harlem Renaissance wax museum, as well as interactive door challenge. It was really engaging. It was just great to be among the students as well as the educators. And it was just really a warm and heartwarming environment and just very welcoming. So I was just thankful to have been invited and extended the invitation. And then the other announcement that I have is the Girls to Women will be kicking off their Women's History Month. So they have a conference on March 7th, and it is going to be at Memorial Hall. So this is an exciting event. And Councilmember Mika Owens will be one of the keynote speakers, and I will be in attendance as well. And so just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. Any others? Mr. Craig?
Just a quick announcement to those who don't know and should know that the Cincinnati Public Schools International Jazz Festival is this weekend, and so it's been a great event to go to and see all of our students who are performing much better than I ever did playing an instrument in high school or even before. But It's a tremendous event. It's the fourth year of it, and I really can't stress enough how wonderful it is to see the amazing students really mastering skills that will expose them to, an assortment of opportunities and assortment of areas of learning that they may not have always known about. And so our students do a tremendous job, and I really think it's a great event.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Any others? Vice President?
Just have a question for Board Member Craig. Can you repeat the time and the date for that, please?
Yep, March 9th. This is this Saturday at 7 p.m. at the Aronoff Center. And guess what? The tickets are free. So come on out.
Thank you. Other acknowledgements or announcements? I have one. First of all, it's also a thank you. I want to acknowledge the students that keep art on our walls in our gallery hall, and the art staff that brings that to us so that we can see. There was something unique and special this particular exhibit period, because it was featuring our Academy of World Language students who learned all about Jim Dine and created this collaborative effort and to celebrate the Jim Dine kind of art. The students all over the world study the art of Jim Dine. He's famous for pop art, and we have it up on the dais here as well. But one of the interesting things is those AWL kids were learning about a famous artist worldwide who just also happens to be a CPS graduate of Walnut Hills High School. And I just feel that it makes a world of difference in our facility as we walk back both to the administration suite and back to the board suite. It does help center us, and we're very appreciative of that walk back because of the artwork. And so thank you, staff. Thank you, kids. And celebrate Jim Dine, world famous. So by all means, when you're here in the building, please take a walk down the gallery hall if you would. So thank you all. Last of that, then we will move on. And Madam Vice President, the chair is yours.
All right. Thank you, President Bolton. We are now at the item on our agenda for hearing of the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. If you're online, once the request to speak has been granted, you'll be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon to go interactive. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak, and when the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personnel items, and this request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end that person's time. Finally, we ask that your public commentary be respectful of all listeners. And for those members of the public not familiar, we will have our last speaker will be the president for CFT. So tonight, I am going to check to see if we have any online speakers first, and then we will go with the speakers that are here. So we have 3 online speakers. We will have them go first, and then I'm going to go ahead and prepare the speakers who will be coming down to the podium. First, we will have Sally Grimes, then we will have Michelle Dunn, and then I will repeat those a little bit later afterwards. Thank you. And our first speaker online will be, okay.
Our first speaker is going to be Abby Friend. Abby Friend, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you if you can speak up just a little bit.
Absolutely. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am the parent of an 8th grader at SCPA, and I'm a member of the Cincinnati Educational Justice Coalition. CEJC has long fought for fair funding for our students and CPS, usually against people in power outside of our district who seek to disempower public schools. But tonight, however, I'd like to speak on the powers inside our district who are looking to dismantle the hard work of our educators. I'd like to call on the administration to do what Board Member Moffett asked of them at the last meeting, which is come to the table with substantive data and more creative solutions to our funding gap. Don't just promise grants to replace funding, seek them. Don't just send out a faceless survey, meet parents where they're at. Don't just tell us you'd like to cut our school's paraprofessionals and nurses. Instead, take a hard look at the 52 additional administrative positions that have been contributing to the drain on our budget. We deserve an administration that will fight for a budget that doesn't cut classroom resources. To the Board of Education, we are deeply disappointed in your votes cast at last week's meeting. Super subs are valuable parts of our school communities that provide stability for classrooms across the district. Title I funding should not be used for the APs of culture, which have no data to support their efficacy in our schools. It's not enough to wax poetic about how hard your job is or request creative solutions. It's your job to fight for the future of our district and to be creative and to work for a budget that centers the needs of students. Your votes have consequences, and unfortunately, our students and educators will bear the brunt of those consequences. I'm here to demand that you all go back to the spreadsheets and make some decisions that cut down on the administrative bloat, travel expenses, and expensive outside contracts so our schools can continue to grow and thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Cooley. Anna, please go ahead. Anna Cooley.
Good evening. I'm hoping you can hear me. Is that correct?
Yes.
Super. First, I'd like to say hello and members of the board. My name is Anna Cooley, as stated. I'm a proud parent of 2 students in the CPS district and a wife of a Walnut Hills alumni. My husband was friends with President Lindy at Walnut. He ran with Vice President Weinberg at Walnut. And I personally have been a friend to Mr. Morowski. I would like to thank you all for hearing me this evening. But members of the board, I speak to you this evening to bring to your attention the failure of our administrators, both in the school buildings and in our administrative offices of the district. Board Member Mapp stated this evening that student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. However, I have been navigating the emotional trauma of my oldest child because of the negative behaviors demonstrated by administrators on the school level all the way to Superintendent Wright, General Counsel Dan Hoying, and even President of the board, Ben Lindy. If we are to enhance student outcomes, as Member Mapp stated earlier, and enact change for the betterment of our students, then all CPS faculty, administrators, and our board members have a responsibility to be the adults who demonstrate respect towards not only the students, but also their parents, their community, and so on. Since, as Member Mapp stated, the board is also expected to listen to the communities, why have there been so many negative experiences for my child? Member Bates reiterated, the public is the owners of the district. I am a parent. I am part of the public. I agree with the sentiment. I also agree with Member Weinberg, as she believes the board should notify the mindfulness of how respect is defined in the Board of Education
you.
bylaws.
Thank you. Our last speaker online is Megan Albright. Megan, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for hearing from me tonight. My name's Megan. I'm a teacher at Woodford Academy. At the last board meeting, our hearts were a little broken. You use the pronoun they. They are very proud of what they've done, not we. And to be honest, it spoke volumes. It also feels like you are pitting schools against each other, saying that JPP was a good elementary, and this was at 10 o'clock at night. They've proven a strong case, which sort of implied that we had not. We hope that you as a board will come to your decision through a set of criteria and thorough evaluation of a building's purpose to determine the building's purpose. The last meeting left me with a lot of questions, our staff with a lot of questions. What are the logistics of expanding grade level bands so incongruently? Will students attend 1 year of middle school, then go to specialized schools like Walnut, SCPA? Will the majority of schools remain pre-K 6? Would it just be more logical to create 7th and 8th grade buildings with smaller communities, promoting SEL skills and strong relationships in the vacant buildings that you have? Remember that we too are stakeholders, we as staff members and parents and at Woodford Academy. And as you discuss our future at Woodford, the uprooting of hundreds of students, dozens with specific needs that are being met at Woodford Academy, our DHH units, our autism, pre-K through 6, our mental health supports, our staff who have committed years, decades to Woodford, we ask that you do just one simple thing. And Dr. Moffitt, thank you for having done this already. But we ask that you spend a day at Woodford. Just give us a chance. Meet us, walk in our halls, walk your walk, understand what it is exactly that you are dismantling before you make your decision.
And that was our last speaker, correct? Up next, we have Sally Grimes, followed by Michelle Dunn. And after Michelle Dunn, if these particular speakers can be ready, Adora Maxberry, Melinda Wallace, Gretchen Baer, and Jennifer Foltz. We're ready for you. I think it may already be on.
Is it on?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and of the public. My name is Sally Grimes. I am the Executive Director of Activities Beyond the Classroom, better known as ABC. And before I start, I'd like to thank Member Craig for prepping my hearing of the public tonight, because I am here to talk about the Jazz Fest. So thank you, Member Craig. I am here to repeat what Member Craig said and invite everybody who's listening to the Cincinnati Public Schools International Jazz Festival on Saturday, March 9th. If you're in the room, we have postcards available at the table over here that you can grab. This is a completely free event and will feature over 125 CPS students who will be playing with local jazz artists, as well as Tomoko Omuro, who is a jazz violinist from Japan. Please join us at 7 o'clock at the Aronoff, and it will go until 9 o'clock. As Member Craig said, there are no tickets needed, and it is a free event. Bring your family and come out to help us celebrate the kids as they show off everything that they have been working on so hard this whole year. Thank you so much. I hope to see you there.
Thank you. Up next, we have Michelle Dunn, followed by Adora Maxberry, followed by Melinda Wallace, Gretchen Baer, and then Jennifer Foltz. Hopefully I'm saying that last name correctly.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education. Last week, you heard testimony that you allowed a 47% increase of administration in just the last 5 years, adding nearly 60 managers to central office. And last week, you cut direct student services to pay for them. You cut vacancies for hard-to-fill positions like special education for high-need students, PTs, psychologists. You cut building subs, and you cut Title I to pay for administrative management roles, APs of culture. This same bloated administration has now spun the district into a demoralizing, disruptive, and chaotic situation that will harm student achievement and staff attraction and retention. We're strongly encouraging you to compel this administration to abide by its contractual obligation that they send out school budgets and staffing sheets to our schools so we can staff our schools, plan for electives, and all the other planning that our students deserve. Our collective bargaining agreement with you clearly defines a hiring process the administration is to follow that's been working for decades. On December 20th of last year, budgets and staffing sheets were due. 3 months later, the administration in February did not have them to schools, and so CFT signed an MOU agreeing to give them an extension. When no budgets were again given on February 15th, CFT gave them another MOU for an extension until February 26th. This date has now come and gone, and we've been asked for a third extension. We've been reasonable and cooperative, giving this administration these extensions. How long will they flagrantly disregard its obligations under the collective bargaining agreement and state law? This administration is not playing by the rules, and it's harming our students. Their delay means a delay in the process of staffing our schools that was supposed to start in December and is still not happened here in March. The posting of positions, the recruiting of new teachers, none of this has started, and in the end, it's our students who lose. Is that 2 minutes?
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Hello, Adoria Maxberry here, Woodford grad, Walnut Hills alum. Shout out to my Eagles over there. And proud LSCMC chair, Woodford art teacher, and, you know, just someone who absolutely loves my school. And yes, I have a reason to be proud. As Megan Albright stated, I'm one of the owners of this district. I am a homeowner, not a renter, not paying a mortgage. I own my home. I pay my taxes, and it is infuriating at times to not feel as though you have a voice and to my faith in the hands of others that I have to trust. I trust in one, truly. But I trust that you will make the right decision. Yes, our utilization rate is off. It shows that we have 60.9% capacity at 335 students with 550 capacity. However, that does not account for the fact that PRM, right around the corner in which I live in that neighborhood, has 732 students with a capacity of 655. That means that they're at 123% nearly to capacity. At what point do we realize that there are students that 67% have, or excuse me, 67 students that have not had prior elementary experience within the Montessori realm? In addition to that, I've had conversations with people that have stated they wanted to go to Woodford, they live around the corner, and yet they were routed to another school. So in terms of our utilization rate and the capacity that we have, if we are not routing our students to our school, how are we to then say that there is an issue? We have students that will be impacted. And if education is the most powerful weapon with which you can use to change the world, as Nelson Mandela states, then I would be baffled if Woodford Academy was to lose the arsenal of tools and the track record that it has of world changers within our district. Our art has the ability to change things. And as one of the Black Lives Matter muralists, letter M, I have a hard time realizing how the decisions that we're making are impacting schools with
Thank you
students
so
of color.
much.
Thank you. Adoria Maxberry.
Up next, we have Melinda Wallace.
Good evening. My name is Melinda Wallace, and I am the proud music teacher at Woodford Academy. Less than 2 months ago, Woodford staff was informed that our school was going to be changed from a pre-K through 6 building to 7-8 in the near future. I am here to ask you, as the board, if you've ever really considered this change. We were told that this change was stemming from Woodford being underused. When looking at our maximum capacity, please consider that we have 4 full autism units with an addition to with a plan to add more. We have 2 half-day preschool autism units, which are also full, and a full deaf and hard of hearing preschool. Please consider that our enrollment is growing, and we only have space for about an additional 50 students next year, which can come from PRM, as Adoria said. Please consider the amount of teaching staff that have called Woodford home for years. Most of those teaching staff are not licensed to teach 7 and 8, and they would be displaced. Where would they go? Please consider that the amount of time and work our amazing principal would have to spend in creating virtually an entirely new staff. She interacts with students and staff daily, and this would take her away from her daily duties. Please also consider our students. With the exception of maybe 1 grade level, everybody would be affected. Please consider the cost to change our school from a pre-K through 6 to 7-8. Our school is built for little humans, from desks, chairs, lunch tables, and even potties. It is difficult to imagine our already overworked facility staff taking on this endeavor in 1 summer. Please consider coming to visit our school. Since this conversation became public less than 2 months ago, we have had very little to no intentional engagement to our community or to our school. In fact, we have little to no communication from the board about what is actually going to happen to our school. to our school in upcoming years. I truly believe that you haven't give Woodford proper consideration. Please give us a chance.
Thank you so much. Next speaker is Gretchen Bear. You really confused me with the last name there. I wanted to call you.
Banner.
I know I wanted to call you something else, but go ahead.
I know. Go Walnut. Woodford offers a continuum of services for students with autism. I want to make sure that you know if you do cut Woodford and change us, what you might be cutting. 8 years ago, I came to the district from another district. When I entered Woodford, there was one elementary autism unit and I taught the preschool disability unit. 7 years ago, my preschool class turned into a preschool autism unit. Since then, in the last 7 years, we've grown from 2 autism-specific classes to 5, and next year we will have 6. What does this mean? This means that many of our students get to stay at their school from preschool to 6th grade. Now, please imagine you're a parent of a 3-year-old with autism. You are terrified to send him to school, but he gets to go to Woodford. A couple years go by, and your child is thriving in preschool. Everyone on the first floor of his school knows his name. Now, imagine it's time for kindergarten, a huge transition for a little person. Your child needs to change schools, meet new people, and be separated from his safety net of peers and teachers, but not at Woodford. At Woodford, your child gets the chance to stay. His new classroom is across the hall. Him and his buddy from preschool move up to kindergarten together and continue to grow and make progress while receiving the supports they need. Now comes another big transition. Off to 4th grade he goes. But guess what? He gets to stay at Woodford, around the corner down the hall. His new classroom is only minutes away from his previous. At this time, he can navigate the whole school. All the students in Woodford know his name. He loves music class and he joined the basketball team. You know most of the staff by name, and when you drop off your child or come for an IEP meeting, you get to sneak in a hug with that preschool teacher from long ago and reminisce on how far he's come. Now, members of the board,
you so
please
much.
don't displace our students.
Next speaker, Jennifer Foltz, followed by Julie Sellers.
I am here for my students. I am the technology teacher at Woodford, and I actually teach research projects, and I make every single student research different things, and they have to go in front of their peers and actually present their findings. And I find myself shaking because I'm on my front of my peers and I'm talking and I'm being brave, and I'm showing them I'm being brave because I'm here. Because I want to tell you that my school is amazing. This is my 7th year teaching. I've had my first student that came and graduated from CPS and tell me how amazing that they are doing. They were in special needs in 5th grade and they really had a hard time. And that is what we are about. We are about making changes, making sure that our kids get what they need, that they get the resources and the things. And we have the autism units. I love that you said that you love to see art from our students, because I actually teach technology art and I've got to meet so many CPS artists. And I had I made you guys a sheet about the artist. So I had them 3D print a heart that the paper about that student tells you about that artist. And those all come from my class that they did by themselves. And I am so proud of them. And I am proud for you to display their artwork, because what we do matters. And I think that I just want to say that we want to keep Woodford the same. And I hope that you hear us, that we would like to stay in elementary. And I hope that what I do matters, because I do tell the kids our voice matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Final speaker, Julie Sellers.
Good evening, members of the board, the superintendent and treasurer. All of you may not be aware, but schools have not received staffing sheets yet. The projected enrollments were sent to the schools just last Wednesday, and they were expected to review and appeal any of the projections that they received. Those were due today and to be reviewed by the district, and tomorrow they will be sent on to the budget department. The enrollments for next year look to be higher than what they are this year, which means we shouldn't be having any cuts. Schools have been waiting for the first step of the budget process and these numbers since mid-December. I don't know why we couldn't do projections earlier, but we couldn't. Schools and employees have anxiously been waiting for their staffing sheets so that staffs can prepare for next year. If enrollments are projected to be near the same, schools should not have cuts to staffing, but yet we're hearing about the cuts to staffing. Currently, our schools are not overstaffed. I cannot find one school in this district where students are where staffs are schools are overstaffed. Imagine being asked to plan an entire academic year with no budget. We don't know when the budgets exactly will be out. How are we going to recruit the best talent for our kids when other districts are already hiring? And we still don't even have our staff budgets or staffing sheets. We will not begin external hiring until May 13th, except where there are vacancies and hard to fill positions, but many of those got frozen last week. This is the latest timeline for hiring that I have ever witnessed in 35 years. I've never seen it this late in the process. CPS will be late to the dance, and I'm not sure it hasn't been intentional. My fear is the district will scapegoat the union for the delay. Somehow it always becomes the teacher's fault. I am hoping we will be able to get this process moving as soon as possible. I feel like our district has been crippled throughout this budget process, and no one seems concerned. CPS has been a top performing district with a very long, proud history. I used to be able to stand on stages across the country and people would ask me, how do you do all those things in CPS? No longer is that the case. We are running it into the ground by this new administration. And is this by design, the disruption? We come to you this evening to sound an alarm. We may not let this new administration destroy what we have built over all these years. Our taxpayers deserve better. Ultimately, we are asking you, the Board of Education, protect what has been working and make this administration follow the rules. We can't even follow a process in our contract that's been in place for years. It is a lot easier to blow something up than to build it up. Our students and families, our city, our employees all deserve better. I'm really getting tired of all of this. And as we are getting ready to start spring break in just a couple of weeks, we haven't even started the transfer process. It's appalling to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice President Weinberg. Thanks for all the folks that have participated in hearing the public. And now we will begin tonight's presentations from our superintendent and our treasurer. And I think Superintendent, you lead off. With a goal, see if I'm right, goal number 3, Algebra 1, goal number 5, graduation, interims, and guardrail 4, equitable resourcing.
Yes, thank you, President Bolton. So tonight, we're starting with our goals and guardrails update. If we can go to our next slide.
Based on our current monitoring calendar, today we're reviewing Goal 3, Algebra 1, Goal 5, Graduation in the Interims, Goal 4, Guardrail 4, Equitable Resourcing. Our next meeting on March the 13th, Goal 1, third grade reading interims, and Goal 2, sixth grade reading interims. So for this particular goal, our goal is to have at least 50% of our students by 2027 that are on target and proficient for Algebra 1 end of course exams, and that's first-time test takers. Next slide. So not all students take the Algebra 1 benchmark map have all taken the administration each time that it's been administered. So Walnut Hills began consistently administering the Algebra 1 map test in the fall of 2023. Only the students who did not reach the 55th percentile in the fall of this year were participated in the winter. So I call that out specifically because as we look at the data, we want to make sure that as the questions come up, we want to make sure that we acknowledge that there has been an inconsistency in terms of specifically around Walnut and how they have done the administration of the Algebra 1 benchmark. So in 2023, the fall data did not include Walnut Hills. All other first-time Algebra 1 students were included. In the winter, it was the same. So this is the first year that that data includes the Walnut Hills students in the fall, and the students that were not considered proficient in the fall also took the assessment for the winter. Next slide. So for our first-time test takers, this is an area where we see that we are on target to really move toward our benchmark in the area. This is looking specifically at our data for where we were at the beginning of the school year last year, where we are now, and what our overall target is. So for our benchmark for right now, in the EOC for the fall, for the spring, we were at 30%. If we recall last year, we were at 27%. 30% was our initial target to get to 30% and then begin to move and show momentum after that. So we have shown a slight increase from the fall benchmark for this year to the winter benchmark for now. The other thing that's also relevant here is there is an increase from the fall of last year at 16% to the fall of this year, and that's likely a part of that increase is the inclusion in the fall of the Walnut Hills students. However, for the winter, not all of the students were included. It was only the students that were not proficient in the fall. And so we see a pretty substantial increase there as well, of 14% in the winter of last year as compared to 21% in the winter of this year. So our overall target is 35%. Looking at where we are in the numbers right now, we do believe that we're on target to make that area. When we look at the individual data in terms of celebration, each of the demographic areas has also shown improvement with the exception of our multiracial population. Next slide. So just for Algebra 1, the overall takeaways and next steps, we want to make sure that we recognize again that because Walnut did not participate in 2023, we couldn't capture the data that included them. There was no way for us to do that. So we can't go back now and include them in that data. Though fall to winter, there was a decline, there is a slight increase this year from fall to winter. So last year there was a slight decline. This year we're seeing an increase as well. So thinking about where we were at the beginning of the year that was inclusive of all students and where we are right now. Year-over-year increases are seen across all groups for fall to fall and for winter to winter. So as we're continuing to look at next steps, it's really the continued focus around Algebra 1 and the support that's being provided around Algebra 1, the core curriculum, improving additional iReady resourcing, and we talked about that before as an intervention program for our students as they're preparing for Algebra 1, so that they're continuing to work through those resources. Continuing to provide targeted PD. The feedback from the Algebra 1 teachers through the cohort groups that they've been going through this year has been very, very positive. We started at the beginning of the year for them where the work is really happening during the school day. So it gives the teachers, all of the teachers, an opportunity to attend. It was voluntary based on the school sites, but all of the schools volunteered to have their teachers participate. and exploring additional tier 2 resources. And we talked about that before. That's going to be an ongoing kind of conversation because there really is there's additional support that's needed around tier 2 when we think about the work that's needed for our high school students collectively. So I'll stop right here at Algebra 1 just to see if there are questions around Algebra 1 before we move to the next.
Do members have some questions or comments for the superintendent? Mr. Craig, and then we'll go to Mr. Lindy.
So thank you again for providing this information. I think this is one of the things that we continue to keep doing to show in alignment with our goals and guardrails that we are working to progress the educational growth and educational outcomes for our students. I wanted to make sure I'm reading the information correct on the chart and just understanding that the fall 22-23 versus fall of 23-24, we did see an increase. Same deal with winter. We saw an increase of probably close to, looks like 7%. If you're comparing the winter to winter, right?
That's right.
And so in some ways, what we are seeing is that we saw growth. What we just did not necessarily see is the growth from it's as sizable growth from fall of 2023 to fall of 2024. Or the winter of 2024, is that correct?
That's correct. So we saw the initial growth from the fall to the winter of 1.7%. The reason that that's relevant is because that first snapshot included students that were from Walnut. The second snapshot essentially does not. It only includes the population of students that were at Walnut and I actually have that number, that were at Walnut that did not make the 55th percentile on the first assessment. And the reason that that particular number was used is because that is the alignment, that number that's used for the projections for proficiency. So it was a way to not to have the teachers continue to test the students when the students were already beyond proficiency when they took the initial assessment.
Absolutely. And then just the kind of second point, we've looked at lower grades, math numbers kind of going up. And I think we talked about this before, which is that we'll start to see this trend as they are achieving better at the lower levels that'll hopefully be replicated as they go up in grade. And so are we expecting to see a little bit of that as well? Because again, now some of these students are the students that were in that COVID period of time where they were out. They're now we're starting to see some of those students go up through. And so now these next batch of students are the students who have been more directly in face-to-face classes.
Yeah, I think that we are just looking at the data and how we're looking at the cohorts. I think that we're about a year away from being able to see that baseline information from our 7th and 8th grade population show up in Algebra 1. Because as we are continuing to analyze the data, there's a lot of work still left to be done in the 7th and 8th grade space to get the students ready for Algebra 1. And we're seeing progress, but we're not seeing the same level of progress with the same consistency as we're seeing in some of the earlier grades. And I think that that's for obvious reasons, right? In terms of thinking about the content that students need to cover. So it's really how we're going to continue to work to give them tier 1 instruction, but also work to do intervention for the material that they just have not grasped at this point. But it is something that we're targeting right now. We actually started that work last year and continuing to do that.
Mr. Lindy.
Thank you, President Bolden. I think the comments from my colleague, Mr. Craig, answered most of what I was going to ask. I think want to just check I'm reading something right, and then I had one possible suggestion. Is it right to say that if you look at last school year, in the middle of the year, 14.3% of students hit the target, and by the end of last year, 30% hit that target? So it almost more than doubles from winter to the end. And now this year, middle of the year, it's 21.9%. And so if that increases like we saw it last year, we should be way above the 35% target that we have for this year. Am I thinking about that the right way?
So I think
we have to knock on wood when you say that.
Yeah. So I think there are a couple things that I would call out. The first is I don't think that we can always expect the same level of growth every year, year over year when we start thinking about data. So that's the first thing. That's just to call that out to start with. I think the second thing that we want to call out here is the the data set for the winter last year did not include Walnut Hill students at all. So there was no data there for them. But the logic behind what you're sharing is the same thing that we are predicting right now.
Right.
So our goal is to be greater than the 35%, even though that's our target for right
Sure.
now. The data is actually, if all things remain consistent, is still trending us right around the 35%, maybe a little bit higher than the 30, but we want to be as conservative as we can as we're thinking about where we look to go next. But that's what the data is telling us right now.
That's great. I have one thought, and then I'll be quiet about where we could go next. I just want to put it in the context of like how far we've come, though, because if we go back, 4, 5, 6 years ago, there wasn't a small number, at least, of student outcomes. It was a very long list, but not a small number of student outcomes. Based on strong community engagement and feedback, we got that part. We got a monitoring calendar where we are regularly, to Board Member Mapp's report on what you learned at that conference, we're regularly getting visibility into how students are doing in an ongoing format. We have results that are starting to show up, both nationally and in our local paper about the impact this is having for kids. All those are really good things. So just in terms of where we could go next, the graph on the right, I don't think tells the story of like where we're trending. Like it just took a couple, I spent a lot of time with this and a lot of steps to get from the data to why is this on track when the graph looks like it's going down?
Right.
It's just I get it. It's a function of, so I think there's a, in the where we could go next space, is there some way of thinking about a graph that helps tell the story a little bit more easily? That was my only piece of feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think in terms of looking at the graph, our goal was to try to share the trend data starting back to 18-19, and then slowly show the progress for where we were. So if you look at this, even though it's not on the chart, the graph starts with the 18-19 data. The one thing that makes me uncomfortable here as we dig in a little bit around Algebra 1, the goal is for all of the students to show up and test. And our high schools this year did a really good job of testing the students. If you all recall, when we talked about this previously, one of the things that we looked at is, less than half of the students were being assessed in terms of the benchmarks that we were doing with them. We have one population right now, and that's our virtual population, where one student that is out of about 80 students, one student actually came in to take the assessment. So wherein 50% of the students came in the fall to take the assessment, one student came in to take the assessment this time. So when we think about that, if those students show up, and so we have, so that means half of them we have no data on because they didn't test in the fall, nor did they test in the winter. And the other part, 49% of them, we don't have movement data on them in terms of the assessment. So really digging in with our principals around that, how can we provide additional support to those students? What kind of, and this was a part of our lead conversation today with the principal, but what kind of additional support or what are we seeing with the students from their participation in class, right? How are they doing academically with their teachers? So there's some more work around that. So if all 80 of those students show up and they test, it causes me some consternation about what we actually see in the data, because right now we have no benchmarking around them. And it doesn't seem like a lot, but that makes, a pretty significant percentage of the population.
Other comments, questions regarding Algebra 1?
Okay, we'll go to the next. Okay, and this is the percent of students who meet graduation requirements will increase from 80.8% in 22 to 97% in 27. Let's go to the next slide. So this is an area where we're establishing the baseline because this is not data that we have had previously. We've not looked at the data this way previously. So this is where we're establishing the baseline versus saying whether we're on target or off target. So the percentage of 10th grade students who are on track each year with credits for graduation will increase to 85% by May of 2025. And as we're looking at that, there are some a few different areas that are really exciting in this space. First, we have created the system for us to be able to do that. So a tracking system that allows us to look at dashboards to determine the number of students, whether or not those students are on target based on the courses that they were supposed to take already. And so I do offer kudos to our research team for really working through this process to make sure that this is something that we can manage, and we're also managing that at the school level. So we have a handle on where the kids are, how many courses they've taken, which one they've passed, so forth and so on. When we think about where we are in terms of the 10th grade population, our for the first semester, and this would be our 11th grade population right now, because that's the we were looking at it in cohort groups. So the cohort for school year 23 were 10th graders. Now they're 11th graders. As of the first semester, 76.2% of our 11th grade students were currently on target based on their credits for graduation. And so our goal for our target population is 85% by the time they actually become graduates. And so we're in a good place to make sure that our students are getting to that 80% target for this year. Where we also see just the breakdown in terms of the individual areas, in terms of where the students were previously and how those students are moving in terms of growth. We see that there are some inconsistencies in terms of how many were in the cohort in 23 and where they are right now in the cohort for 24. So just making certain that we continue to monitor in that area. The individual details, and we were asked to attach the spreadsheet, which we did do, but in the interest of time, we will not go through the individual document. So if there are additional questions around that, and it's something or a specific school that you would like to look at, please let me know, and we'll cover that as a part of the additional questions. Next slide. Same thing for the students that are on target for their seals for graduation. This one, we're establishing the baseline, but not as excited about where we are with this right now. We know that a lot of the seals are generally happening for our students once they get to their senior year. And so we're beginning to have those conversations around this as well. So for our current 11th grade students, 31% of them, based on for the first semester, are on track with their seals. So that's alarming for us at this point, but again, it's the first time that we looked at the data this way. So we're not sure if that was the same number for 11th grade students this time last year, and we just hadn't looked at the data that way. So now this gives us something to continue to monitor and work through the process of increasing in a very strategic way what those seals are looking like. Next slide. Graduation seals highlighted in terms of actions. We have launched the graduation counselors, and their role is working to improve credits and seal attainment, continuing to look at best practices and tactics across graduation counselors through our monthly collaborations. We did create, and I mentioned this earlier, on-track and off-track monitoring parameters beginning at 9th grade for credits and seals. I see a typo there, so we'll get that corrected. Adjusted our advisory curriculum to ensure students begin earning points toward graduation starting in the 9th grade. So starting that process a little bit earlier. And we've partnered with UC Hospital to provide Stop the Bleed for all of our 11th and 12th grade students, and our students get seals for that. So that's something that we've been able to start with them as well. And that's actually a new project that we've brought to the district recently. Next slide. So our key takeaways, only 1 point difference in on-track credits between general and special education students. So we thought that that was worth elevating. Right now, our Hispanic students are the biggest area of concern for both credit and seal attainment, and how we're really providing additional services to our multilingual families. And again, seal attainment, as I shared earlier, usually happens during the final 2 years. And so beginning to think about how we work with that differently so that we're also looking at the seals prior to. So our next steps, continuing to explore opportunity for recovery and for recovery models for students, monitoring our on-track and off-track students with seals, and strengthening the supports to our counselors that are working with the students. So I'll stop here for questions.
Any questions regarding graduation? It's my favorite word in the English language as a high school teacher for 36 years, graduation. Vice President.
Yes, I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I just wanted to thank the superintendent for providing this data with the breakdown, especially for this 11th grade class, and it's just really nice to see that the graduation rates are looking well. There are about 4 or 5 that obviously need some work, and I'm pretty sure that you have a plan for those particular schools. But yes, thank you. I enjoy seeing the breakdown, especially by gender and then also by race as well. So thank you.
Any questions,
Thank you.
Member Mapp?
So thank you for sharing this presentation. So I recognize that you did cover 2 of the graduation requirements, and so I'm assuming that the EOC will be updated by the end of the year in terms of identifying where students are in terms of being on track for graduation,
So,
the end of course exam.
yes, so they actually take the end of course exam starting in April. And so we'll get that final data. Usually all the data is available. By the time we actually get it back from the state, generally it's around October. Even though schools have access to it, it's not really coming back to us in a report card format where we can share it out. We do share preliminary data. Some are comfortable with that. Some prefer to wait until the information comes back from the state, but we do share that out as well.
Okay, perfect. And then my follow-up question to that, and I don't know how accurate it is or not, do we look at previous year EOC data and kind of track that to see where maybe the student trends in terms of graduation or potentially passing, like there is EOCs?
Yes, so I don't think we showed it here, but if we, yes, we do. It's one of the areas that we dig into quite a bit in terms of, and it's information that we've shared with the board before. When we looked at the presentation for the way that we're thinking about it now, the chart that Board Member Lindy was referring to actually gave trends starting with 18-19. So that was the line graph that was over to the side that showed what if you'll go back to one more slide. One more, right here. So one more. If we'll go back to the algebra one. Yeah, right there. So this is actually giving the data in terms of where we were for our internal assessments, but we do look at the same information for our EOCs as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions, comments? All right.
One thing I just want to just start the conversation now so that we are reminded about this when it comes to our report card. The grade on the report card for graduation is a year removed. So the data on the report card for graduation would not be this year's graduation data. It will be last year's graduation data. So we already know what that number is, and that's, while it was an improvement from the year before, it's not going to move us in terms of the stars. That number is already solidified. So as we're monitoring now, we're looking at what the data for this year will not show up until a year removed from there. So just want to make sure that we're having that conversation as we're thinking about the improvement that we're seeing in graduation.
Mr. Morosky.
Thank you, President Bolton. And Superintendent, if you don't mind, I think since you brought up that caveat, also explaining for the edification of the public and press and others what the state determines graduation is and why it's impossible to have 100% graduation rate.
Right. So graduation, so in terms of thinking about overall graduation rates, it starts with the year that students enter the 9th grade. So if students enter the 9th grade and they leave us, so that's the students that enter 9th grade, regardless of when they enter 9th grade, that becomes the denominator for that cohort of students. If those students leave us and we can never determine where they go, and a lot of our students leave, they leave the country, they don't come back, they go other places and we're not able to locate them, they stay on Cincinnati Public Schools graduation cohort. So the last time we had this discussion, I remember specifically there was a conversation around Aiken. One of the things that we noticed, across our schools for our students that are engaged, they have a cohort, they're coming to school, they are engaging with the school, they're doing recovery. Our schools have done a great job of working with students to make sure that those students graduate. Whether they graduate by May or whether they do graduate in the summer, there's been a great opportunity for our students to do that. Where we have the struggle is students that we cannot locate. The students move somewhere else, they never pick up at another school. That counts against us, and it causes challenges for us across the board. So while we have gotten better, and I think the team would attest to this as well, while we've gotten better in the record-keeping process, and being able to identify students that are even moving outside of Ohio. If they're in Ohio,
eventually they show up, and if they're in a public system in Ohio, eventually they show up. If they're in other states, we have to do a bit more to really try to make sure that we're able to locate the students. And it causes a challenge overall for graduation rate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky, and just a tag team on that, as Mr. Morosky and I often do regarding the state and how the state feels about us. If we have 80% graduation rate, let's say, as a district, what kind of rating does that give us from the states versus what people that have gone to high school before and know about what you get an A, what you get a B, what you get a C, a D, or an F? How does the state score, let's say, an 80%?
Right. So, and we've shared this information, and I share this for the benefit of the public, because after the conversation, I would like for them to be able to access this information on our website.
Excellent.
So on our website, we put the information there last year, is everything that needs to happen for a student to be considered a graduate. So not only do students need to pass their number of credits that they need for graduation, they also have to have a certain number of seals. They also have to have academic proficiency in particular areas. The gateway course is Algebra 1, and so they have to pass Algebra 1 or the equivalent of Algebra 1 before they graduate. And they also need to have other certifications that go along with that. So it makes it more and more challenging, if you will, for students to then graduate, because not only are they attending to the work that they need to do in their classrooms, and many states include the assessment scores as a part of that, or assessment scores on a couple of tests as a part of that. But when you look at the other elements, it does make it more challenging for students. So in order for a school district to get a 2-star, and I'm going to ask the team to make sure that my number is accurate, I believe it's 86% that the school district has to get. 84, okay, better than I thought. Okay, so 84% gets us to a 2-star. So anything up to, anything 83 or below is a 1-star, and 84% gets us 2 stars, and it moves up from there.
And how many stars can we get?
5.
So if we are with 88, let's say 80 some percent, we get 2 stars. How would that translate just for lay people like me into a grade? That means that you're still failing.
So the 1 to 5 stars in terms of the percentage is how we get our overall rating for our district as a report card. So that's one of the elements that's used for the district rating. It's one of the elements that's used for the high school scores as well. So there are about 8 different areas that that schools are rated on in order for the overall stars to be determined, because we're not on an A to F system now, we're on a 1 to 5 star system, with the 5-star being the highest. And so depending on what that percentage is, the percentage of students in that school, and for us, the percentage of students in the district, that's how we get the rating for that particular element, which is a portion of the overall ratings that for our report cards.
So 2-star would be like getting a D.
If you go to an A to F system, 2-star would be equivalent to a D, 3-star would be a C, 4-star would be
There you
a
go.
B, and 5-star would be an A.
So at 80% is a D, the way that the state figures things out.
So at 80% is a 1-star, the way the state
Oh,
figures
well,
it out.
Oh, an F. I love it.
Yeah, 84% gets us to 2 stars.
Okay.
Anything less than that is 1.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next.
Okay. And I see that Rob did pull it up, so this does give us access to where we can find all of this information. If you click on any of these at the bottom, if you click on any of those seals, it gives you the specific information about how students get credit in each of those areas. So there's complete access to it, and we've also linked it to the state site. Okay, if we can go back to the last one. That may have been it. Was that the last? We're done? Algebra 1, the next one, we did that. Yes. Guardrail 4, was there one more? Just want to make sure we covered everything that's here. Okay, it looks like we've covered everything that's here, and we'll cross-reference to make sure that we got all of the guardrails. If not, we'll make sure we add that to the next one.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, tonight, as we continue, we have from the superintendent, from the treasurer, I think some more information and documentation regarding our budget, and then also a communication plan regarding some ad hoc engagement as well. So to hand it over to either the superintendent or the treasurer. Treasurer.
I'm up first. So Mike Gustin, Assistant Treasurer, and Kevin Ashley did kind of a mini review of the forecast because we typically do this in May. But because the question kept coming up about the $35 million in increased billing from Hamilton County related to property taxes, they prepared a slide stack for us. So there you go. Thank you. So this is the $35 million that everybody's referring to. It's posted on the Hamilton County's website. And what it's showing you is that the billed amount increased by $35 million. That does not mean that we collect that. We are still waiting on confirmation of that $35 million was gross or net of all the credits that property owners receive. And so we'll give you an update when we get that information. Next slide. So you can go ahead and flip it. So no, we don't get all 35 million, and that's because of three major factors. One, there is a delinquency rate. So there are people who cannot afford to pay their bills or they pay them late. And then the value, we've seen a trend, increased trend in when homeowners appeal their values at the Board of Revisions. If they've already paid us that money, then they actually take it back from us. So I'll show you some history on that. And then in our November forecast, we'd already anticipated an increased revenue for 24 and 25. And so we'll share that with you too. Go ahead. So we've been seeing a rising delinquency rate over the last couple of years, but it's around 5%. And so for that $35 million, we would collect 33 million of that. So that's already a reduced rate. On the large scale of the 396 that we would get annually, it comes up to about $19 million of delinquent taxes that we don't get, that Hamilton County doesn't collect and give to us. So in terms of the Board of Revision appeals, and homeowners have the right to appeal their valuation, and they do, we see an increase. So starting from the right side of the table, in calendar year 2021, they took back from us $2.5 million based on homeowners who won their appeals and had already paid their taxes. And so we had to return that money. They just deducted off the next payment. In 2022, that increased to 4.3 million, about 1.2% of the billed amount. And then last year, it was up to 5 million. So you can see it's growing. So it's up to 1.4% of what's billed. So if you hit the next slide. The other challenging thing to think about is property taxes are billed on a calendar year basis. So the bills are sent out in January, they're collected, they're due in February, and then in the summer for people who want to make two payments. Many people pay the full year rate up front. So we typically receive in the February timeframe 53% of what's collected for us through that bill cycle. And then in August, we typically get the other 47%. But by August, it's already into the next fiscal year, right? So calendar years, so the 35 million actually splits into fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. What we don't know what's going to happen with 25 is the General Assembly is, that's the group that's thinking about using the 3-year average on property values instead of the current market value. So we're waiting to see what's going to happen with that. Go ahead, next slide. So in November, we'd anticipated, based on historical trends of the triennial updates, an increase. So for 24, we estimated a $10 million increase in property taxes, and in 25, a $15 million increase in property taxes. And this includes the real estate taxes that are billed and collected, the public utility property taxes that are billed and collected, and then the state reimbursement for the homeowners and rollback credits. So for the next slide. So if we put it all together in a summary, so in fiscal year 24, which we collect in from January to June for the 24 billing, that we would increase about $18 million. That's 53% of the 35. If you subtract out a 5% delinquency rate and 1.4% on the building or board of revisions refunds, our net increase will be 17.5 million for this year. But we had already forecasted 10 million. We'd already budgeted for 10 million in that. So it would be an increase this year for $7 million in revenues. You apply that same logic to the fiscal year 25, we will increase our revenues by 17 million. Next slide. So that means our budget target gets to go up. Yay. So far this year, we've collected so we asked for advances. So whenever the county collects the money, we ask for that money immediately. So we get to earn the interest instead of them. So we've already collected 155 million. So we have one more advance to come, and then what will happen in August. So, but that'll be next fiscal year. So we've already received 92% of our forecasted revenues at this point. Next slide. So our new budget target, which we typically would do in May during the forecast revision, was in November, we forecasted 606 million for next year, added the 17.2, brings us to 623.7. But I will say, if the delinquency rates don't change dramatically, if the Board of Revision Appeals don't increase dramatically, and if the General Assembly doesn't change things on us for 25, because that will hit us in the fall. So I think that was the last slide. Yes. So entertaining questions.
We'll start with Mr. Morosky, and I will then go to Mr. Lindy, and I'm gonna have a few myself. Sir.
Thank you, President Bolin. Thank you, Treasurer Wagner. This makes a tremendous amount of sense to me. There's a couple of questions that I had regarding these like taxes that we have to bill for and collect for. So thank you. My question is, when somebody says there's like backlog in the community that we haven't billed, is that inaccurate, or what does that mean if we haven't billed for something? Is that possible?
So I think you're referring to the Community Reinvestment Act agreement.
Yes, correct.
Payment in lieu of taxes. So when the city approves that agreement, as a building owner puts a plan together, the city approves it, so I'm going to improve this property. It doesn't go into the tax rolls until that project is finished, and then we get notified. Once we get notified is when we start billing it.
Right.
So to my knowledge, we've billed, there's been a couple recent emails where properties exchanged hands and we didn't know, so we sent the bill to the wrong place. But we act on those fairly quickly.
Okay.
So if there's a specific property you'd like us to.
Yeah, I'll get with you if there is. I mean, there's not on the top of my head right now.
Okay.
And it's not something that I've like heard of recently. It's something people have said casually or directly for years. District doesn't get all their fair share. So I was just curious if that was a possible scenario. But if I do have anything specific, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Mr. Lindy.
Thanks very much, President Bolden. I think I wanted to ask, I love this slide because it has the assumptions on it. Do you and the superintendent feel like these assumptions are reasonable?
I think he's asking you. Oh, do you think the assumptions are reasonable?
Correct. Yep.
Yes, I would not put something up there if I didn't think it was reasonable.
That's great. I think then my only reaction, superintendent, any disagreement, or is that the same?
Based on the information that's been provided to me, I think the clarification that's very beneficial coming from our treasurer and the treasurer team is around, if we can go back to the slide, Rob, that shows the 35 million, because that's the number that we've heard the most of. And so to really look at, next slide, next one,
It's
really-
actually, it's the first slide.
Right here, to really look at how it breaks down
Oh.
and what the district may get in terms of revenue. So it'd be great if it was 35 million, but it really doesn't work out to be 35 million for us, but we'll take the 15 million, that's the difference.
Yeah.
15.7 to be exact.
And just to make sure I'm not like, really missing the lead on this, right? We were trying to cut 90+ million out of our budget. We now have 17 million more revenue. So this is reducing the amount that we need to cut in our budget by between 10 and 20%.
That's
Yes.
correct. So
That's
if we-
great news.
So if we look at the update and as we get to the deeper conversations around budget, based on what's been recommended by the, recommended that has not been approved, we still have other areas to go over tonight. But that would give us, based on what we've recommended, depending on what's going to be supported or not, it would be a difference of about 20 million. However, the board has to take action. And so in the terms of the board action, it still leaves us at about 39. So after we move through, hopefully tonight, to see what more we're able to support, it could get us closer to, where we're looking to go. But it's a 17, an additional 15.7 is an additional 15.7. So that means that that's something that we don't have to cut somewhere else.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Before I move to my left, I want to just reiterate this. This is why we started the discussion again last week, asking about these projections that others were making, and indeed that was going out via the media. The reason this is important is not just the squeeze, but the issue was that what the board unanimously had agreed to do was have not only a balanced budget, which we are bound to do, all right, but we had agreed a very conservative view of what a balanced budget is, which is you do not have a budget regarding expenditure that is any larger than what you're anticipating in your revenue. That's very extremely fiscally sound and conservative. So the fact that this number is, and very frankly, the projection's pretty close anyway, I would say. It's nothing to sneeze at, but this is important because it keeps the board still where it agreed to be unanimously, which is to match a budget of revenue to the amount of revenue we were receiving specifically. Is that where we are? And that's the view, treasurer and superintendent?
That's exactly right. Because while we did enjoy a fairly healthy cash balance several years ago, we are not in that same position anymore. And so we need to make sure that we keep cash reserves in place.
Thank you, treasurer. Superintendent?
Concur, that, takes our forecast, the increase for the forecast would take us to 623.7 versus the 6065 that we were at
Big.
before. And so that is substantial when we think about what we need to do next.
Great, thank you. Any other comments to my left? Everybody okay over here? All right, then that's the next new material that you have to share with us.
What's that?
Okay. Okay, so this is, and it's, I'm trying to update it as we go, but this is what was presented to the board because this is what was accurate at the time that you received the information. So as we think about budget status, if we'll go to the next slide, we'll go back one, please. Thank you. So we understand all of the numbers around budget. This does change a little bit because now the 606, the 606.5 is now 623. And so I do want to make sure that we call that out to start with. However, we still have to get to balanced. So let's go to our next slide. So of the $40.7 million in reductions made thus far, out of the 70 million that was proposed by administration, it leaves us with about 56 million more that were needed to balance. This was as of last week. And so I want to make sure that I continue to come back to, this does not include the 15.7 that the treasurer just spoke about. 17.2.
I kept hearing that extra 2 million or less.
Okay, so if we think about, so where we are now, looking at the different additional areas, Rob, if we click into the choices, because I do want to make sure that this number here is think you have to come out to click in. There it is. Thank you. If you open that up, please. Okay, so I want to make sure from our treasurer that our forecast now, and this is what's on the screen, everyone has access to it. We're not changing the documents, just updating from what you already have. I want to make sure that the forecast now is 623.7. Yes. Okay, so on the line that shows FY 25 forecast, that number has been updated to show the 623.7. Want to make sure that we're on the same page with that. Okay, Robert will come out. We'll come back to this one in a minute. Go back to the next slide. Next slide. So far, 12.3 million were reduced so far by the board with support from the board. 17.8 in reductions did not get support. So you saw the things that were approved, the areas that were not supported, which gave us another 19.2 million that still needed to be reviewed. Next slide. Go back one now. So to the chair, we talked about what our conversation would be now and how we would go through this process. So we can open up where we say click here because those are the remaining items that we had not reviewed yet. So choice is right there. And then I'll leave it to the president for the best way for us to go through this information. If you go to choices, working draft. Thank you.
Thank you. We did have a chance to talk to treasurer and to the superintendent about proceeding. And one of the things that was determined was, of course, to have the new revised version, if you will, of the revenue, which changes our target, and then to work directly from the document that we worked from last week, literally last week, wasn't even 2 weeks ago. And what is on this document are those, as the superintendent just mentioned, the choices that are still available or I should say requested or suggested or proposed by the administration. And it doesn't include the ones that we decided on, positive or negatively, but these are the issues that had not yet been decided. And we went through not the best practice necessarily, but at that moment in time, I think based upon what the vice president had asked and what the superintendent was concerned about, the urgency, which we've heard again tonight, we got a list of a smaller list from the bigger list, and indeed it required board action on that, and we did it line by line. I would appreciate if, for the benefit of everyone, the superintendent would go through just the list that is still available to us, even though we see it before us. It is on board docs for the public to see, but I think if we go through it, then we'll know exactly what we are faced with tonight, because the idea is to try to make some more choices and to give the superintendent and administration more direction. Let's have you list those out, and we'll proceed as we need to.
Okay, so if we start on row 17, so just going down the list, and this is information that has been provided before. This includes curricular resources that were covered with ESSER. Just for clarity, this is not all curricular resources. This is a review of what was purchased from ESSER and what, after looking at it, it was determined that we did not need to continue with. So I don't want to give a misconception that it is the removal of all curricular resources. There is a breakdown here for specifically what's covered within those areas and the specificity around what the difference is. The next were the ESSER funded positions. So Project Connect, which we discussed before, in student services, the reduction in the enrichment supports, which was transportation. There was a question around whether or not we would then include that in our regular transportation. The answer for that was yes. ESSER, one of the big areas here that was recommended across the board was the devices, in terms of thinking about one-to-one devices. So if the board recalls, during our work session back in January, we discussed the information that was provided. The recommendation here is to continue with one-to-one devices for 7th through 12th grade, but to go to school-based devices for our pre-K through 6, and that's at the $3.2 million. The next was the reduction in the summer work week, which we talked a little bit about last week. It was on the list, but we didn't come to support or like thereof. There's a $60,000 there. Full work remote days as well, 120,000. So days that we would be able to close the building so that no one was in the buildings, which would allow us to save just a little bit in terms of utilities. The other that's here, that is the increasing the walk radius for students, from 1 mile to 1.5 miles. There was a question asked here. We know that the state requirement is 2 miles. That still looks at, it still looks at thoroughfares and those kinds of things, because there are some requirements about the types of roads that students cannot cross. But across the board, that would impact about 2,500 students. And so that would be at the tune of 1.2 million. A reduction in PD and travel, we continue to hear this area. This is a reduction of 1/3 of what's already there in terms of overall PD and travel. There is a lot of professional development and travel that is required. And so this reduces 1/3 of that, just as a preliminary reduction. I believe that actually 26 was actually agreed on last week with the reduction across various central office expenditures and teams. Actually, it wasn't, because we only talked about positions that were related to people during that time. So this is about kind of all of the other stuff, if you will. So a combination of things here that going into the individual budgets at the central office, able to then curb some additional costs there. In terms of identified contracts, the contracts were provided for you at our work session. It is on the link there's a link that shows under $200,000 contracts and a link that shows over $200,000 contracts. This is kind of this is probably after 3 reviews to get to this particular number, but then we would begin to look at how we move farther with that. The other thing that I would like to address is certain positions come up often when we start talking about contracts. The dollars that we're looking at right now are dollars that were funded from ESSER or general funds. So for example, we hear often data coaches, for example. Most of the schools that use data coaches, they use them at the school level and they fund them out of Title I. So that's not something that we see here when we begin to go through the individual contracts, and you see a lot of them in terms of resources like data coaches. Those are used out of a different fund, but they are in your comprehensive list of all of the contracts because that's what we provided. So if there is support for the elimination for what we recommended for our contracts that are over 200,000, it would give us a $4 million reduction. And for our contracts that are under 200,000, it would give us a little over $1 million reduction.
Have I missed the one about the 7th and 8th graders onto Metro?
So we did not.
We decided against that?
We didn't, but we didn't include that as an initial recommendation. That was one of the numbers that was given. However, let me make sure. However, that was $5.5 million. That was not one that we initially have recommended. We're trying to see how close we can get to where we need to go before making that recommendation, because we do know that it will be pretty substantial and disruptive, honestly. But it's one out there for discussion.
But the additional half-mile walk radius is being recommended by the administration.
It is.
I'm interested in any kind of input that anyone wants to have. I have great reservations individually about the contract piece, just because I know that's where the phone calls come, and that unless we really know which ones we are saying no to, it might be difficult for us to do that. But there's several key.
So if we go to the link for,
Yeah.
if we go to the over $200,000 contract link, and there have not been any changes to this since what was provided to the board in Yeah, that's what we just went to.
It's the
Yeah,
same
it's
as
in
the
the document.
27.
It's in the document that you have in the tab. So the ones that are over 200,000, when we looked at what they were specifically, we're looking at the.
Let's list through those that
Okay.
you're recommending.
Sure. And this is after working through this with the team on what was, what was something that we could do. So one of them was with a contract that we have with Cincinnati Bell. And it was delivery and fulfillment for equipment and goods. And so that if there is the reduction, as we start thinking about the reduction of 1-to-1, that's where that information would come in. The next is under technology as well. And that was agreement for the same kind of services and professional development. So that was around 800,000. The next is, actually, I think all of these except one are technology, rethinking
Sorry,
how we're working
Chair.
through technology, but with still being able to provide the support that's needed to schools. And so this was the next one was around the schedule for the 35 leases and the buyouts for that. And so the first one was a duplicate that was included that we found. So we were able to take that out altogether. The other two, we're looking to discontinue those as well. And in the curriculum, we also found a duplicate. So we found where there were some areas where we had been charged previously that we were able to dig in and find. And so it's to the tune of 605,000. So that's where the over $200,000 contracts come from at a little over 4 million.
That's great. So if we voted on the contract package, God knows we don't want to do individual as best we could. It would be for the most part, it is all technology related.
Correct.
For the over 200,000.
That's correct. With one exception was the duplicate that we found in curriculum.
Okay.
If we go to the tab, that's the under 200,000. And after discuss.
Sorry, member Mapp.
I'm just trying to make sure I have clarity, and I think it's what you spoke to, Board Member Bolton. But so for 3 and 4, which we're possibly recommending to discontinue completely, you said that's connected to the one-to-one devices. So if we got rid of the one-to-one devices, we would be eliminating this as well.
So it's twofold. So within the one-to-one device, in terms of the other information that I provided in terms of the differences, when I think the belief is that because we reduce or remove the one-to-one devices, that it removes the overall total amount. It doesn't, because we have leases. And so what we're able to then remove is the difference between what we're leased for in this year and what it would be in the years moving forward. The other is, this also includes where we have additional service agreements that we feel like we can manage those things without going through this particular contract. And in some of the areas, we've covered the work for that contract, so we wouldn't need to contract with this particular vendor.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other comments, questions by board members? If we look at this, sorry.
I was gonna go to the under 200s.
200,
Okay, if we
yes,
can go to
please
the under
do.
200s, Rob. So the under 200s gets a little more into the intricacies. However, what the question was asked during, I think our work session, whether or not what we would do in terms of what would be next, what would be the future plan. So whether or not we would absorb it, or whether we would discontinue that particular service completely. And so in column K, we added that information. When we discussed this on the 4th of February, this information was there. So nothing has been added since then. So it takes you through each one of the contracts, what it's for, how we would then look to discontinue that. And this is our first pass in terms of thinking about contracts, but this is what we are proposing at this time. So I don't know if you want us to go through each one of these, or if there are 31 that are on this list.
No, I mean,
Or if each board member wants to look through the ones
board
that they may
members-
have.
Board members can
questions
see,
about.
and I think some of these are, again, they're smaller, obviously under 200,000, but of them, some of them are quite specific and might not allow certain things to actually occur if indeed organizations or the school didn't have the transportation or what have you to get someplace. So as members, if you'll look at the list, maybe we can, the ones that you're interested in finding a little bit more out about, that would be helpful, because I think some of this is going to end up being a sort of a package vote tonight rather than necessarily a line item vote. Mr. Craig, you had a comment or a question or a suggestion?
Well, just kind of an observation, I guess, so a comment. So one is that I think there's a number of things, and at least in that first area of facilities that are all repairs and whatnot that were done as one-time costs. And so I think that's also something to kind of pay attention to within the contracts, that we have certain things that are kind of one-time costs. I think the other thing that I observed is just kind of poor Jeremy, man, like we're just taking all his fun stuff. The bottom half of the contracts under 200 seem to be more around services that were provided through the technology department. And so I think, again, it's about us maybe streamlining in some ways how we utilize those things. Sometimes maybe some services that were not necessarily needed anymore because of how we're able to in-house manage some of those things, which is, again, is a great way of us showing that we're not just getting rid of contracts that are specifically doing things that we can't do ourselves anyway, or utilizing those folks who are within the district, which is a conversation we started last year with regard to in-house versus out versus taking it out of the going outside of the district to get certain services done. Is how can we bring some of that work back into the district? And so at least from my two observations, was one, that some of these things were one-time costs, and the others are these were internal, or things that we moved to being work done by an internal as opposed to being done by an external.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Is there are other comments or suggestions? Yes. Member Moffett.
So thank you so much. Do you mind, Rob, going to the under 200 contract, 200,000 contract? Are you on that tab? I just have a couple of questions. If you can go to let's start with line item 2. If we can pull that up on the screen and make sure that it's visible for those online to see. I want to get clarification that says pupil transportation for adventure crew. It says absorb, service continues. I want to ensure publicly that we're saying that we're not getting rid of transportation for adventure crew. I'd like to understand how they're to get there to participate in the activity if we absorb that particular line item.
So based on our transportation team, instead of going through an outside service to do that, we would use our internal transportation, including our vans. So we have van service as well.
Great, that's great. My next question is on line number 7 for the professional development. That is just a small little number, but is that for just staff? Like who was that particular professional development, and was that local or an outside vendor? More planning and consulting, line item 7.
Yeah, I'm looking at line item 7, but I want to make sure that I'm responding to you based on the information that I have. And so I do believe that was a one-time service as well. Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. So that was a one-time service, so it wouldn't be something that we would continue.
Okay, great. Line item number 10, the modular located at Hyde Park School. Is that because they're getting repairs there? So that's no longer needed?
Well, we're doing a full building at Hyde Park.
I
So
understand.
because of that building, we wouldn't need the unit.
Thank you. And line item 11 specifically talks about, it says supplemental staff support for community engagement and communication pertaining to transportation services. Can you give me just a little bit more insight on that one? It says hire them full-time, which was a little confusing to me. Are we saying we're creating that position? We're creating a position, so we're not outsourcing that?
So we've not added additional positions, but this was additional staff that was supporting work specifically around transportation. And so that would not be something that we would look to continue. That's why we update the conversation around the insourcing piece, but that's something that we would do that with internal staff versus something that we would do with outside staff.
So when it says for the KPI measure, hire them on full-time, a little typo there, but hire them on full-time, that's not accurate, right? We're not hiring that position?
We're not hiring. We haven't made any recommendations for additional positions.
And then, I think the only other one I had question about was 18 Western Nursing Services. Is that a one, it says duplicate. That's just a one-time charge? And so can you just explain a little bit more about that?
It was a one-time charge. So that was the services actually were from May. It says actually it says actually 23 here, which is actually what's pulled from the system, but the services were only till the end of the year. And so it wasn't continuing into next year.
Okay, so that doesn't really impact any of our current nursing that we wanted to maintain.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions for the superintendent or treasurer? I'd like to, Mr. Morosky. Oh, I'd like to suggest if we could, then that we begin to vote, and wanted to know if we could got folks in administration as well as the treasurer kind of watching that, and the superintendent. Before we start that vote, I just want to, in the curricular area, or in the PD area and travel, this is quite specific. And if we were thinking there's more room to cut in either one of those, we don't need to worry about that, at least tonight. We want to cut what we were recommending for sure.
Correct, because even if we cut everything that's here, we still have another $20 million that we're going to have to still cut. And that's with the additional monies that the treasurer talked to
Right.
us about tonight. And so I think that that's just what I want to continue raising. Last week, we covered the first part that dealt with staffing. The reason that we did that was so that we could go ahead and try to move forward, as we heard our CFT president reference tonight, but we could not do that before we got that feedback from the board. So now that we have that, we can move forward with that process. So whatever we approve now, then it still means that we have, if we approve everything that's here, we still have another $20 million that we need to go somewhere and try to find in our budget. So that might mean that this is the first, that's where it is right now. You may see some of these same areas again with an increased cost.
Thank you. And I think that's, I think there's still probably more than that, but that's okay. I'm happy to have what we've made progress on so far. Let's do this if we can. If people feel particularly that they want any one of these not on the list, or feel like we need to have any more discussion about any of them, tell us now. And we can start voting, but how do you feel about us trying to package some of these together? Is that a possibility, board members, or? Okay, so I would, go ahead. Member,
I did have some questions about some of the choices from the working draft.
All
That
right.
was okay.
Go for it.
So from, I guess line item, let's see, we're talking about, Project Connect. And it says reduce grant funding positions. Are we hoping to absorb that cost in other spaces? I think that's what I heard you say.
So we are currently applying for other grant funds for that. There's an active grant that we're applying for right now. But the grant that was through, there was an initial grant for it, and then we moved it to ESSER. So the funds were gone for that. So we did not look to absorb those moving forward. We're looking to find grant funds for those.
Okay, but it's still no guarantee that we would potentially have the resources or the financial dollars if we do cut it.
Not those particular positions, yes.
Okay.
They do have other positions, just not those. So there's still a department. The department is not gone. It's just those particular positions.
Okay. And then with the next one for student and family services, reduction in enrichment supports, are we anticipating using our own transportation for students, or what is the recommendation there?
Yes, for that one.
Okay. And then the next one for the 4-day summer work week, is this impacting any employees in terms of their, I guess their salary, or is it just to focus on like the utilities?
It really would not impact staff, it wouldn't impact salaries. It would only be about trying to deal with utilities, and that's the percentage that if we went to something like that, that's how much it would save for those days.
Thank you.
Vice President?
Yes, President Bolton, are we only getting ready to prepare to vote for the under 200 and over 200 contract reductions? Is that what you wanted to put together?
I think we could put those two together. I think you could probably add a few others even with it, but I'm happy to do a pairing if it's sort of in that same way, because I know that there probably is some concern, I would assume, on the Project Connect, because we're not guaranteed the grant. So there's sort of that. So and my big thing is I think there's more room to cut in some of these, but I would suggest packaging the more than 200 and less than 200 contracts together as at least one vote. If that works for people, Vice President?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we accept the superintendent's under 200 and over 200 contract reductions in order to meet towards our budget.
Is there a
Second.
second to that motion? Thank you, Mr. Morosky. We'll now have a roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. And then I would like, if it's possible, to put together the remote work and summer work week and the PD and travel as a package. Is any aversion to doing that? Mr. Lindy?
Could you just say it one more time?
Yes,
President Bolton?
summer work week and the remote work piece and the PD and travel. Is the remote work and the summer work week the same, or are those two different items? It's the 4-day week or something? Is that what it is?
I want to make sure I get the right item. So I think you're referring to line 22 or
18
item
and
19?
19, I think. Line 18, well, yeah.
Go
I think
ahead.
it says 21 and 22.
Go ahead. Ms. Vice President.
There's two. There's an 18 and a 19. There's a 21 and a 22.
So 18 is the 4-day work week, which
Mhm.
was 60,000. 19 was the full remote days,
Right.
which was similar to so similar to the
But
same
still,
work. Yes, in the same area. And then the other was reduction. That line item initially was 750,000. So that's the $300,000 reduction right there. So I think that there is the thought that it's more than that in that area. It's not. It was 750.
It was,
So that's
okay.
300,000.
And then the PD and travel in that package?
And that was line reference 23, but on line 26 at 5 million. Right? Is that
Yes.
okay?
So little concerned there as to having more there, but let's vote on what we've got, right?
But that does cover a variety of things there. So it could include in that particular line item, that was non-personnel central office reduction that included central office expenditures, team expenditures, and office costs, extended time, advertising, those kinds of things. That did not include PD. PD was included in the other one. So in this particular one, this references excluding PD and travel, that was captured in row 24, reference 21.
And that would be on this package we're about to vote on. And I
Yes.
would say too, that item preceded even January 27th.
That's correct. We had spoken
It was almost 2 months before that as one of the major slides, if I recall.
And that's correct. That was the one item that we, in preparing to begin to talk about our budget conversations back in October, that was one of the first areas that we discussed. So we did the work with our central office staff to determine if we were maximizing what we could cut and still function at central office, what would that be? And that's how we got to this number.
And that slide said non-personnel
That's correct.
central office savings.
That is correct.
Okay, not that that isn't gonna be a difficulty.
Right.
But it is non-personnel in central office. So we're gonna vote on this package, if that's okay with folks, and that would be the summer 4-day week and remote work and the PD/travel non-personnel central office. Does that take care of Member Moffett? You have
just ha-
something to add, or I'm on the wrong line?
No, I think you're on the right line. I just want to understand, when that says reduction of PD travel, mix of school central, I kind of want to understand a little bit more of who that is directly impacting.
Superintendent, the response?
Right, so we would have to go back in across the board and look at that. And the reason is there is some professional development that happens at the school level that's funded centrally. And so we would have to take that overall list and dig into it a little more to say what it actually covers. That's not one that I can answer for you right now. At that $300,000 collectively.
Okay. I would feel a little bit better if I understood, like, hey, this is executive leadership team and some central offices and some school offices, or no, this is directly just schools and some other, I kind of would feel a little bit better if I had clarity on who that impacts.
So the mix there says that it's both. And so we have the drop down for if it's just school-based, that means that it's only impacted at the school. If it's just central office, it's only impacted at the central office. But a mix is, it's a combination of both of those.
In my recollection to that earlier slide that preceded January 27th was that it seemed to be predominantly central office.
That's correct. Predominantly, but there are some positions,
Sure.
there's some travel that we do fund centrally, but the predominance of this was central office.
We ready for motion for that package? Madam Vice President, would you do the motion?
I'm gonna pass it off to someone else.
No, I think
I can do it.
there.
Just remind me of the numbers again. I make a motion that we accept the superintendent's proposal for line 18, the 4-day summer work week, line 19, the full remote work days, line 21, the PD and travel, line 23, central office reduction non-personnel. And am I missing anything else? I think that's it.
Okay, do I have a second? Mr. Morosky?
Second.
We'll get you next. I think we're, no discussion. I think we've had it. So, let's vote.
Mr. Craig?
Treasurer?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Now, moving to, I believe we have to, the one that, I think we kind of knew from the get-go, I think we have the ESSER amount of money for the one-to-one devices as part of the vote. Anybody have any other suggestions as to what to add to that package? Which is the one-to-one devices. I think we've already touched tech in the contracts, have we not, Jer? Jer's still like here in the room. He's still smiling to us. I don't know how long that would keep going. And other adds to that package. Now let's vote on one-to-one right now. Motion?
I make a motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendation for line 17, thank you. ESSER technology, removing one-on-one devices in pre-K through 6, et cetera.
Thank you.
Need a
Vote,
second.
please. Oh, second.
Second.
There you go, Mr. Lindy.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
No.
Mr. Morosky?
No.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Thank you.
4-3 it passed. That was
As a-
4-3 and it
4-3.
passed.
Let me, remaining line, that are there, one that I think is, very significant, of course, is the issue regarding the walk radius. Do you all see some other, line items to add? Oh, Madam Superintendent.
Yeah, yes, so the one line item, on line 17, the reference is 14 for the curriculum dollars at the 3.7 million. And I just want to share that as the instructional leader, I would not make recommendations around curriculum that is going to negatively impact what's happening with our students. So I just want to make a disclaimer in terms of that. But that's one of them that we haven't covered yet.
And we just passed curriculum, curricular stuff last week, and we've been on a great effort,
Right.
cycle. I think very frankly, I would have assumed that we probably would have elongated the cycle, down the road, just because of the expense of the curricular, but I know we've made a big commitment to that. Mr. Lindy.
Thank you, President Bolden and Superintendent. I want to just check that I'm hearing that correctly. So I saw the African-American history piece on the curriculum and PD. I know that we had been an early adopter of the AP African-American Studies course, one of the first places in the country to offer that course. I think that's a point of pride for us. I would love to see that continue. I just wanted to confirm this kind of cut out of ESSER, that won't impact the AP African-American Studies at all, will it?
Correct. And the amount for that particular portion is only $2,000. So when we look at the overall, the amount next to each one of them is for that item and how much that particular item is impacted.
I'm very glad, Mr. Lindy brought that up. And this is part of that messaging thing. These documents get out and the document looks like we're cutting something that we're really trimming, or we're finding another way to kind of deal with it. And I also know that there's been some discussion within the district too. And this is a concern to me as a person that I think I brought the AP African-American History piece out of the College Board magazine I'd been reading when we still had a Student Achievement Committee. And this was 2 superintendents ago, maybe 3. There's some concern about financial literacy, knocking African-American history somehow out of options for electives. And I just wanted to reiterate that this board is completely committed to the AP African-American history course, and certainly other aspects of that as well. So not anything we're doing here has damaged that, or anything we are about to vote on next time we meet as a board regarding financial literacy. The African-American AP remains.
That's correct. And we administratively, we offer the same support and acknowledgement to the board for being one of the forerunners with the course. I think where we are with financial literacy is that is a new requirement from the state. And so we have to work that into the coursework that we're doing, but it doesn't mean that AP African-American history could not be available to students.
And I think part of it is that it's possible that the financial literacy is going to be going to math instead of social studies or something.
Right, so there were 2 different conversations around that. A part of it came up because financial literacy in terms of the certification that was required for it. Financial literacy at one point could be taught by social studies or math because of economics. So social studies teachers generally teach economics. Right. So we'll talk about that with the nuances after it goes to the curriculum council the end of this month. And then next month, we'll be bringing financial literacy back to the board. And we'll just review the nuances of the certification requirements for it.
Thank you. And so a reminder by the motion makers, what is on this motion that's been seconded? We have the curriculum line item, and we also have, now I've lost track. That's a bad.
The walking school mile. It was the walking distance.
The walking radius?
Radius, yep.
What line is that?
I think do we have to vote on them together?
You want to separate those?
I think you should.
There was a motion and there was a second, or did we?
Mm.
Ben, you might be right, whether or not we actually did one. Okay, cool. Then let's make a motion. Go for
I'm
it.
happy to motion on the curriculum. This is reference number 14
Yep.
for 3.77 million. Move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation.
Thank you very much. I have a second.
Second.
Mr. Morosky. Thank you very much, sir. Any discussion? Great, let's vote. Madam
Mis-
Treasurer?
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat,
No.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes. And the remaining one for
It was the radius.
This is the walk
Remaining.
radius.
Mhm.
I make a,
Line 20.
I make a motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendations for line 20, the walk radius bus eligibility under operations, facilities, and transportation to increase the walk radius from the current 1.0 mile distance to 1.5 miles for transportation eligibility.
And there was the interest by the board to have that be separate.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Roll call. Oh, no.
We have discussion on this for just one second.
Please.
As a general matter, I support a process that gives broad vision guidance to a superintendent and a treasurer on a budget, where we then vote on larger packages. So as a general rule, I don't want to ask a ton of questions about individual lines. I had one question on this one. And I think you all have shared this with us in the past, and I just don't remember. But if we wanted to benchmark what is normal in other districts in Ohio, do we have a sense of Columbus, Cleveland, Toledo, Dayton, any of those? What's their walk rate? Does this bring us in line with the rest of the state, or does this bring us out of line?
So we can pull the data from our review for that for last year. We know that the state requirement is the 2-mile walk. And when we pulled the information before, there were school districts that honored the 2-mile walk. We were the least when we looked at it earlier, but we can pull that data back. I would say that it would likely, and I think Mr. Burkhardt is probably pulling it up right now, but it likely puts us in alignment with where the others are. The other thing that I did want to call out in this one again, just like with now, there are some students, depending on where they are, depending on where their thoroughfares are, they may be less than a mile away, but they cannot get to where they're going because because of the requirements from the state about crossing busy thoroughfares. So that would still apply. It just gives us the option to go up to the 1.5, which would then, exact these, at least this amount of savings.
Mr. Lindy, thank you for the question. I would just to reiterate too, this is really about our youngsters because our teenagers are riding Metro. So this is about yellow bus and little people. Mr. Morosky, and then I'll go over to Dr. Moffat.
Thank you, President Bolton. I would just remind folks too, that if this happens, it would have to go on the policy agenda probably for this Friday so that we could amend the policy, because currently the policy wouldn't allow it. So I'm just a point of note or point of order or whatever. So if it does pass, then we'll do an assignment later
Thank
on.
you. Member Moffat?
So I just wanted to get a roundabout figure on approximately how many students do you think this would be impacting?
Yes, about 2,500. The number, about 2,500 is what we think right now.
Okay, good.
And we do know that that's also dependent on where students are enrolled in school next year. That's based, is that number up? Yes, okay. I saw the president pointing at somebody, but I didn't know what it was for. Yes, we're good. Okay, so about 2,500 when we looked at the number, but that is based on the data for this year. And so that does change based on, where students may attend for next school year as well.
I do have one reservation about it, just because I know the city has been at least listening to us talking about the safety mile, so to speak. I think that's the 1.5 miles makes a slight difference on that regarding CPD, but I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Craig?
Just, and again, I think it's helpful to understand logic sometimes when people are making some of the decisions, because I think that's a good thing for us to do a little bit more of. But I know we had the conversation around the transportation before. We looked at options of 1, 1.25, and 1.5. as potential options there. And just maybe, kind of briefly giving us this kind of a little bit of the thought process around the basis for going to the 1.5 versus 1.25. Because I think if I'm not mistaken, I thought we talked about, like, that was one of the options that we looked at before when we had the study done.
Right. So I think the recommendations, again, everything that we've done up until this point is trying to make recommendations that are going to be, that have the least amount of impact on the classroom space, and still honoring some of the other things that we know that we can do. So all of this is about trying to get to a balanced budget. And in thinking about it, if we looked at 1.25 versus 1.5, just in terms of thinking about the overall number, that would likely get us to about a $600,000 savings versus the 1.2 million that we have here. So it really breaks down to be about that.
Okay, and then just kind of the one follow-up, and I think this is part of what we talked about when we did the transportation conversation anyway, but I think there's a lot of areas that we also look at not just the distance, but the conditions in which people would have to walk. So whether or not you'd have a sidewalk, whether or not, like you mentioned before, you have to cross a thoroughfare or busy thoroughfare. And we have some spaces where we do have schools that are basically on a major road. And so there's some challenges in that type of thing. I do want us to make sure that as we think about this, to maybe something that President Bolton would appreciate in some ways, is that that's also that conversation around the crossing guard conversation that we've been struggling to have, with making sure that those spaces are those things that are prioritized in areas where it would be better for us to have somebody in those spaces, and some way to dedicate that structure to look at those things first. Because we do have some spaces where they're not on major roads, where we have crossing guards, and it's wonderful that we have them there, but is that necessarily the best place for them to be at that time, since we don't have the full assortment of them?
Appreciate that. Any other comments? Vice President and then Dr. Moffett.
I just have a really quick question regarding what we are getting ready to vote on. And I do apologize, my computer started acting weird. Sorry about that. In terms of the unsupported choices, going back to that 7th and 8th grade piece on the Metro, I am just a little curious. I know you mentioned it briefly of the reason of why you didn't kind of bring that up again, but is there a reason why you're choosing to do the increase for the distance versus suggesting this one, the 7th and 8th grade on Metro? I see that it's a bigger reduction.
Honestly, for a couple of reasons, and I'm open to the discussion. I mean, everything that we put here, we're open to the discussion. We're trying to get to a balanced budget, right? And so I'm open to everything that's there. One of the reasons was because I think the transportation team probably, or at least some of the transportation team doesn't agree with me here, because every time that we have a conversation, that's one of the recommendations that they ask for. When I think about the feedback that we received from the community around when we started having the conversation around consolidation, thinking about what the experience was last year in terms of transportation, thinking about the experience on Metro the year before I got here in terms of 7th and 8th grade students, I think one point of pride that we have right now for our students and our families is the fact that our 7th and 8th grade students, even though they're on yellow buses, they are getting to school on time. So in terms of thinking about that, as we prepare to also consider whether or not we are looking to move as soon as the next school year into possibly a middle school concept, then we would move 7th and 8th grade students from yellow buses this year to put on Metro next year, with the possibility of putting them back on yellow buses the following year. So trying to think it out for the next, a longer period of time based on all of the information that's been provided to us, it just didn't seem prudent to make that recommendation now and then look at the possibility of changing that recommendation next year. Because if we actually do go to middle schools next year, we have the same challenge that we have this year with yellow buses and Metro, where we have two groups of students going to the same location, taking two modes of transportation.
Thank you.
Member Offit?
So I think that we all are concerned about balancing the budget, but it's also about safety for me. And I just am having a hard time reconciling, just the metro versus the mile radius. Is it possible? I would love to Board Member Craig's point, get a little bit more information around the 1.25 distance, how many students that impacts. I'm really specifically interested in the littles and how that is impacting them and versus the 1.5. There's going to be some policy ramifications for middle school. I would hate for us to make this particular change, go through the motion for policy to have to make whatever adjustments, and then we talk about middle schools, and then we still have to make a change. I wonder if it's just prudent and a little bit more fiscally responsible if we were to get an entire package around transportation, middle schools, and the metro for 7th and 8th graders, get the data, which includes engagement, and then also get a little bit more information so that when we do make policy changes, we're only doing that at one time, and we're doing that with all of the data, 1.25, 1.5 metro versus having to go back and forth and do that. Policy committee only meets once a month that I know of. And so if we were to make a change today and you all meet Friday, make some recommendations, and then we come back again and we talk about potentially a middle school option, and then you have to go back, I think that's delaying, it could potentially delay the process. But for me, I'm specifically interested in what is the difference between the 1.25 mile and the 1.5 mile, the number of students. And for me, I'm interested in the littles that are impacted. I care about my teenagers and my 7th and 8th graders, but I really am very interested in the overall ramifications. And I do believe we also we have another city CPS meeting coming up. We could also entertain a conversation around what the city can do to help us as well, because we're also still talking about, we have crossing guards that are impacted. We've got a lot of things that are impacting these particular decisions. So I'm wondering if it's just responsible to put that one on hold until we finish the discussion around middles, so that policy only has to make one recommendation, not multiple.
Before I ask the superintendent something or let her speak about this, I think it's important that for me, if I know that the 7th and 8th grade option is not going to be one of the savings. So we have to find savings somewhere in transportation. But of course, I'm still very committed to the 1 mile, just because I've had to sit here when somebody gets hurt and somebody, it worries me. But it's possible that there seems to be at least some interest in delaying without, unless we had some more information. But Superintendent, tell me what you're thinking.
Yeah, so two things. One, I do have the data from last year. I don't believe that it's changed, but we will
Okay.
double check from the other Ohio schools. That was the question. So Cleveland is 1 mile. For Columbus for walks on, and that's for elementary and for middle and high school. Columbus is 2 miles for both. Akron is 2 miles for both. Youngstown is 1 mile for both, and Toledo is 1 mile for both. And Dayton doesn't show a number. So I'm not sure I think most of what they do is around walk zones.
And if I recall Toledo, when my middle initial was T, my recollection is Toledo, like us, they don't have their own bus system. But Columbus, I believe, does.
Columbus does, and Cleveland uses Metro as well.
Okay. Who was the motion maker on this one?
Ms. Weinberg was,
And who was the seconder?
Mr. Lindy.
My two friends next to me. is there a sense that people want more information, or are we prepared to vote now on the 1.5 mile? Is there any kind of a feeling? Mr. Morosky?
I could take more information. I could, or I could vote, but I think, you know, having a little more info could be good, but I'm prepared to vote if that's the will of the board.
Yeah, that's where I am. Mr. Lindy is the seconder.
Yes, I mean, I'm echo what Mr. Morosky shared.
As the motion maker?
I am prepared to vote, or I can either wait to gather more information.
The chair's kind of sensing we want to wait on that one. Is that good? So we will table that motion tonight. Yes, ma'am.
While we're talking about transportation in terms of 7th and 8th grade students, on Metro, is it possible, as we're thinking about now going back and reworking other recommendations to bring back, is it possible to get a sense from the board as to how they're thinking about that particular area so that we know one way or the other? I gave my reasoning behind it, but I do think it could be valuable to us if we could get a sense from the board on where we are in terms of that thought process.
Mr. Craig?
I would just say my general thought on that has been, because I was one of the ones that, when we had our January meeting that was, you know, really kind of asking questions around this, is that I do think there's a space for especially the schools that will still have a 7th and 8th grade, that there's one method for for those schools that would have a 7th and 8th grade. Whereas other schools, if there were to be a potential for change, I think that's where we would certainly want to make sure that we're honoring that. In that sense, I don't know, though, that for those schools, even the students who would be on the bus would necessarily be that generation of folks who would be riding the yellow bus if we move them out of that school. So I think at least for me, I think one method seems to be a little bit more practical in that sense, but it also may save us, even if it's only 4 or 5 schools, may save us some additional dollars from using Metro as opposed to yellow bus service.
Other comments? Get a sense, Member Moffett?
Well, I think for me, when you mentioned the other districts, you did mention a few that broke it up middle and elementary and high school. So I think we need to kind of think out of the box and perhaps look at not having a policy that's blanket, but look at where we could differentiate elementary, middle. Again, for me, with the numbers and the numbers of students impacted, 1 mile, 1 1/4, 1.5. I think I'm struggling with there is a difference between the littles and the older ones, and really even the middle schools. But if we had data around specific categories, that would be most helpful for me.
All right, we're gonna, other last comments on this one? We're gonna move this one and table it and come back to it. Are there any other items on the original sheet that we have to work through, Madam Superintendent?
I think there were 3 others, and I'm just hearing the conversation. I think those were purposely left off. The Project Connect position. So what I can bring back the next time is how many positions there are still existing in the department, because I think that might be some of the questions around that. So I can bring that back. And what were the other 2?
The other one was a reduction in enrichment supports.
Oh,
Right
transportation.
below that.
The one that was right below that one as well. So there were 2 that were left, but we can bring those. They were nominal, so we can
Right.
bring those back with the others.
The third one was the reduction in administrative assistance line.
There's no cost for that.
Okay.
Okay.
There's no cost to that one?
There was no cost for the administrative line was really, this one was really more about trying to make sure that we right size the administrative assistants in the central office. So there really wasn't a cost change here, because there wasn't a recommendation to change any individuals. This was really about over a period of time, getting to a ratio that says what administrative assistants look like as a part of a plan. So it was there, but there wasn't a cost that was associated with it.
Okay.
And there wasn't a cost that was being recommended for it, because that would be something that we would look to deal with through attrition.
So then, that would complete our budget, voting, for this evening. And, you all can add it up or subtract it or figure it out or update us, later as to what that now means.
So if you would go really quickly, Rob, to where it says see them here. See them here, right there, please. Thank you. Thank you. So updating based on what was shared with us right now, that takes us to board support, where we would still, our remaining budget balance would be $21 million, to still try to locate. So that takes into consideration everything that we did tonight, and 21 million would be what was left in terms of us trying to get to a balanced budget.
Including the revenue projection
Yeah,
being
correct.
changed.
So the revenue on this chart, and you have, this is an active live document. So the revenue forecast is updated to 623.7. And then at the bottom, the remaining balance to budget, we separated them out so that we saw admin proposals with board support. So far, the board has supported 58 million of the 59 million that's been recommended by the administration.
Thank you. Mr. Lindy, you have a question?
I think the superintendent may have just answered it. I think what I was trying to make sure is that we as a board are not a source of delay for you all. I think this is a tricky and complicated process because there are a lot of reductions to make, I think more than a typical year. We heard some comments during our hearing of the public tonight about delays in school budgets being released and challenges to timelines that are established by collective bargaining agreements. I think there are a lot of reasons why this has taken a while. Some of that is our responsibility as a board. And I wanted to make sure that we were getting the administration the answers on things that you need. And the way I'm reading this summary is that 95% of the cases plus, we have adopted the recommendation that the administration has put forward, which I think is actually like a really big step forward. I just want to make sure because is there some left? Sure, but you've really gotten from us clarity on the vast majority of what it is that you all were looking for.
I would say yes to that. As I shared with President Bolton, as we're continuing to go back based on the feedback that we received from the board, there are some of these recommendations that have not been supported that may come back in terms of recommendations again. So if we look at what we recommended at the 17 million to think that, we're at 21 million, that's really relatively close in terms of kind of where we're looking to go if we come back and revisit any of those areas. But we are continuing to work through the process. I think that this has been beneficial, and it does give us, last week gave us enough to at least start with the process that President Sellers was referencing tonight. We could not do it before then. And so now that we got that, it takes about 2 weeks from there. That's what really impacts the timeline. And we've been really pretty open, honest, and upfront about that, but we'll continue to work through that with our teams.
Any other comments, questions? Dr. Moffett?
So I just have a point of clarification because I'm suffering from a little headache, but I'm a little confused. So I thought when we voted on those 9 urgent critical items last week, that was to allow the administration to do what was needed for the school budgets. So can you clarify why that President Sellers is sharing that the school budgets have not been completed? Because I thought that was part of the reasoning why we were to vote urgently on those things.
Absolutely. After that vote, which is what I shared with the board, it still takes a period of 2 to 3 weeks to go through the process to actually align that with staffing. So as we're talking about budgets, we're talking about staffing sheets, but we're starting with projections. We were not at a point where we could release those until we got authorization from the board that where we were going with the recommendations or the proposals that were being made. After that, to President Sellers' point, it then goes to the school for them to review that. Typically, we have single-digit schools that, as I'm understanding from the team, I know what it was for the last couple of years, and I'm understanding from the team it's generally this way. Typically, we have single-digit schools that challenge their projections, and so giving them the period of time that we've given them to review that. After that, it then goes to the finance team to actually run the projections for the schools. So it's not because we say tonight this is how it is, now we can move forward. We have to take all of those things and then run our staffing formulas based on that. And included in those formulas were positions that were included here from the recommendations that were given on the 27th. So that was really a part of the challenge in being able to get that information out to schools.
So thank you for the clarification. So the timeline is now it's been 1 week. They should expect to see some movement this week from administration. That's your 2 to 3 week window. or at
No,
least
no,
some-
not at all. So in terms of that, what we received last week was the authorization for us to move forward. So the team then took the information based on the projections and shared that with schools. And they have a period of 5 days, a window of 5 days to review it. They generally have about 2 weeks to review it. So we've truncated that time so that we can try to move through that process faster. And then from there, it then goes to budget. It takes them 5 to 7 days to then run the staffing requirements. So we're still talking a week out from being able to review those. And then at that point, they go to schools.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I just follow up on that real quickly? I know that
You want to add anything here?
we've not yet seen enrollment projections as a board, and that might be helpful to us relatively soon. We're not sure if it's up, it's down, or the same, and I'm not saying necessarily by school, which is part of the real issue, but it would be at some other time, if we have those, it'd be great to share. It can be shared via a memo or something. That would be helpful for us to kind of judge the health of the district, if that would work.
We can definitely share those. In terms of the, the numbers are a little bit down from where they were previously, but what we did take into consideration with all of the conversation that we received around the TAC process, we took those two or 3 years of historical information around that and took that into consideration as we were giving projections to schools as well, so that we could try to avoid as much of that as possible. So this week, we can share it, we'll share it with the board.
That would be helpful. And just as you mentioned real quickly, you may be bringing some of the stuff we voted down back for another vote. I would assume that might happen as we get closer and closer. But I would also hope that since we made some decisions about summer scholars, to remind the administration there was a new summer school policy, and also that the board was received an awful lot of concerns and criticisms about last year's summer school. And I think it would be great to kind of see how you've adjusted based upon the vote we had last week, as well as the possibilities of what summer school would look like. I think that would be helpful to us. And I can remind us too about the nursing situation, which was voted down via I believe a tie. Just to perhaps direct the administration to look at that finance committee meeting where the health providers came and made some presentations and actually laid the groundwork for what we could financially, service-wise. I think that would be helpful if we knew that you were looking at that as well. I think that would be helpful.
So that was a part of the presentation that we made during the working session that we had on the 27th. And it was aligned with the presentation that was done at, I believe, at the Finance Committee. The one thing that I'll elevate about the nursing contract, the proposal was not to remove the contract. The proposal was to reduce by $1 million. And so that was the initial proposal that was given for that, which would still give us more services than we had pre-COVID in terms of students. So when we are able to come back and some of those areas, just with some of the questions that I've received since last week's meeting, I know with a few of the proposals that were given, there may not have been full clarity around what it actually meant. And there were a few of those that was the case for, but one of them, I believe, was nurses.
And I think that follow-up will be helpful to the board moving ahead. And I understand we have opportunity here to talk a little bit about ad hoc and communication, but I think tonight, if we can limit it to your proposed communication engagement plan, and we won't necessarily dwell on some of the other issues as well for ad hoc, and be revisiting that back on the 18th, I guess.
Okay.
That would be great. But yes, let's hear the administration's plan for engagement.
So thank you, President Bolton. So during the last conversation that we had after we were given the ad hoc recommendations, a part of what was provided to us was the administration would take that information and then determine kind of next steps from there based on what was provided. And so this is a kind of an overall ad hoc implementation engagement plan, which would be a tentative work plan for us that would then allow us an opportunity to take the proposals as we understand them, do some presentation to the board around what that reorganization may look like, and then really do engagement in the communities and the schools that may be impacted. So I do believe that it's important for us to do district-wide engagement around it so that there is clarity around where we're looking to go next. Our goal would be understanding that that this is something that we would be looking at as possibly as early as the 25-26 school year, that we would take the time starting now through October to really go through the process, have something back to the board so that the board would, so that hopefully the board would be in a position to take action by October 31st, so that we could then use that information as a part of the budget cycle for next school year. The other thing that we would want to add in there would be regular updates, whether that looks like monthly updates, whether that's a memo, whether that's a presentation, but regular updates to the board around the process and where we are in the process. So if we'll scroll down, this just gave some background information, and this has already been shared with the board. But starting now, if we could start right there at phase one, looking at this in terms of phases, taking what the ad hoc committee has already provided, working through any clarifying information that we need. So a part of that I do think is some of that is going to happen during one of the board meetings, President Bolton, but in terms of clarifying those areas there, giving the time from the beginning of March through April to do that. Simultaneously, looking at a demographic study. Where are we in terms of demography, and thinking about the areas within our city, and we're looking at all of the nuances for what we want to have happen within the schools. For example, as we think about ethnicity, as we think about socioeconomic, so forth and so on. So simultaneously doing some of that work at the same time, so that by June, the end of July, we're able to bring some optioning, if not before then, but we're able to bring some optioning to the board to get further direction from the board, to then begin a few months of stakeholder engagement in the community to get feedback, take that information, do updates as necessary, provide that to the board, so that if we scroll down, by the end of October, we're then able to really begin to talk about or look at the overall multi-year implementation plan.
Well, I'm really glad that we're going to have the president of the Ohio School Board Association here on the 18th when we're making some final budget decisions and talking about ad hoc. So that'll at least be interesting for her, and she'll get to see a lot of Greater Cincinnati here as well. I appreciate this engagement plan. The way, looking at my notes from the last meeting, you said that even where there was listed on that large chart, that landscape chart that you gave us, even where it says support by the administration, you still need board directive. And that's what we would be planning on doing on the 18th, literally via resolution or what have you. And then there were two other categories. One was not applicable, and that was the ones where there were so many schools that did not necessarily change. And then there was one that needs discussion. So that's the way I would, as chair, think that the board might want to approach it. A resolution on what you already support, further discussion about the stuff where you said we need some discussion, and then the not applicable obviously doesn't necessarily need board action. But we can be doing that on the 18th if that works for you.
It sounds like it does. I think just now, thinking about going back into that list, just looking at what was there, the things that, supported seem to be things that we could move forward with pretty easily.
Yes.
It may take a little more clarification or a plan in terms of doing that so that it wouldn't be something that may happen right now. It still may not be until, the following year, but operating within this, getting those clearances, that will fall right within that March to April 30th, because we don't know if we'll get them all on, all clarity that's needed on March the 18th, but it gives us a workable plan that we can then organize, work through, and then, come back to the board with updates, as we're going through the process.
Great. Any comments about ad hoc or anything? Yes, Dr. Moffett?
So I'm always just a little tender about ad hoc because we spent 18 months engaging the community and working very diligently with the expectation that some of this was going to happen during our time together. I did state at one of the board meetings, I think a few weeks ago, that I really wanted the board members to be actively involved with regard to engagement of to the community around ad hoc. There has been some misrepresentation, there has been some misunderstandings, and quite frankly, some miscommunication to the community around ad hoc, around the work that we did. And I think it doesn't take August 1st to start stakeholder engagement. I would imagine that staff could be engaged, students can be engaged, parents can be engaged. We've had multiple opportunities for them to begin to have been engaged now. So I just am a little concerned that the proposal, while I think it's great, I think it needs to have board collaboration so that there's one voice around this. There's clarity. I think even with the phase one clarification, there still needs to be board member involvement very actively to the community, because the board members report to the community as board member map shared. Those are our stakeholder, our constituents. And so I think that board members need to be very involved in surveys and not making them up, but definitely with regard to community engagement. So I would love to see this have a little bit of an adjustment around inclusion of the board and the board members. And then also some of the work that we did during ad hoc may already have been begun. So I'm not exactly sure, I don't know deeply on each phase, but I think some of this work has already been done. And so maybe that can start to trim some of the time off of that. But the engagement, I would imagine, can begin and continue through August, but to start in August seems rather late to me.
Madam Superintendent?
Yes, so in terms of phase one is really all about our work with the board and understanding what was provided to us. So if we look here, it's clarifying underlying assumptions with the board of various recommendations. In terms of thinking about how we move forward, while there was a lot of engagement that was done, a lot of involvement that was done by certain individuals that were attending ad hoc, I think that we see that there is more that needs to be done at the school levels. But before we can get to what needs to be done at the school level, we really need a comprehensive plan. And so in thinking about that comprehensive plan, in order for us to have the time to present a quality comprehensive plan to the board, there has to be the time for us to do that. So as we work through any of this, if it looks like it can be done earlier, because all of this is simultaneously as we are preparing to close the school year, as we're getting to a balanced budget, as we're preparing to open the school year, there are a lot of moving parts that go along with that. And at this point, as it's been shared with us and provided to us, what the recommendations are from ad hoc, now we need to take that and be able to organize it in a way that we can give something back to the board that we can then take to the community. In terms of engagement from board members, I am hopeful that we include that as a part of the sessions that we have. I don't think there's any session that we have that we're not asking board members to participate, but we can be more specific than that around board members and board member participation. However, that goes back to the overall will of the board after we provide to the board what the optionings are based on the information that we have. And included in that information are the ad hoc recommendations. That's the beginning, really, of thinking about optioning. You're
Good.
welcome.
I think I still say we need to be involved more.
Okay. Member Matt.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
agree
so.
with you, Board Member Moffitt. Board Member Moffitt, I was just sharing with her that I agree that board members need to be involved. I think I
Okay.
said that in the comments that I added.
We have agreement? Member
So,
Matt.
yeah, so thank you for sharing that. I am having a hard time digesting the ad hoc recommendations. Simply because when I look at this, there's a lot of bullet points that seem very prescriptive in nature in terms of what we're already intending to do. And so just my understanding of how I would process the engagement from the board is that there would be a general recommendation, which we have here, but these bulleted points are not necessarily, and I don't know, but representative or reflective of the entire community. And so that to me seems very much like we're presenting this as a fallacy or formality, I should say, excuse me, and that we are we're forcing the community to receive the recommendations as it stands. I would be interested in making sure that if we are doing the engagement piece, we have conversation about the broad themes. And as you talked about, Superintendent, doing a deep study or a deep dive about the demographic analysis, take the general themes to the community for engagement in terms of your work plan after the demographic study. Then from that point, I believe we would be able to consolidate the information so that there are options to present to the board as well as to the community, because it would be more inclusive of everyone having conversation versus saying, these are the recommendations and community, this is what we're providing to you to have conversation around. So I think that it needs to be more inclusive from just the initial phases. Yes, as a board, I think we need to have clarity, and maybe that is conversation around what we support in terms of a vote and what we don't support, so that the superintendent is able to provide that information back to the community to say, this is where the board stands on these general recommendations. What is your input, so that all of that can be discussed and considered to determine options and move forward with stakeholder engagement from there and implementation.
Thank you. I think the 18th discussion will give us greater clarity. I think there is a general understanding of the 5 major recommendations, and I think the work that the administration did in that landscape chart, divided up as to what they do support and what we do to have, like you're saying, major discussion with one another, as Dr. Moffett wants to emphasize. And then those schools that are not touched. But I do think the idea of painting the landscape generally. I had to did something today. And there is a great deal of misinformation because we've had to have a confluence of both the budget and the ad hoc. So I think that's been part of the confusion, but I think let's review the engagement that the superintendent's suggesting. Let's move ahead on the 18th with where we need to be to give any further guidance and get greater discussion. Mr. Lindy.
Thanks, Ms. Bolton. I think what I'm going to share is in alignment with what you were just sharing, but I wanted to say that I really appreciated putting this together, or the administration putting this together, because I thought it helped bring together a couple of disparate conversations we've had over the last couple of weeks and months. And I felt like it acknowledged where we have been as a board and what we had said we wanted to do next. I also appreciate the challenges of sequencing this stuff thoughtfully, for 2 reasons. I think one, there's a lot going on right now, separate from ad hoc recommendations, particularly around budget, where we spent the last hour. And so hard to do. So I think the sequencing here is intentional and thoughtful, and I think good. Second, I think, I was just observing this online because I was out of Cincinnati at the February 5th meeting, but it certainly sounded like everything I heard and was able to watch through the video, there was an enormous outpouring of concern around some of these changes. And so to me, it was, I think, just another example of this is such challenging work to do. And it takes, there's been a lot of work by a lot of people, and I think that's good. And there's more to do. And so I appreciate, I think, the intentionality and sequencing of all of this. So thank you.
Great, thank you. What we'll do now, believe it or not, is move on to another item. Everyone's favorite new thing, the consent agenda. Mr. Lindy enjoys this particularly. We have before you a proposed consent agenda. It's been developed and it's been distributed. And we ask Treasurer Wagner to be the keeper of any exceptions that are made and also any makers of exceptions. Having said that, we will then ask, do board members or the superintendent or treasurer have any exceptions to be made to the items on the proposed consent agenda?
I have an abstention from the treasurer's report.
Okay. Bring that out as an exception right now, what that would be, and we will keep that as a member Map being the maker, and she will, the treasurer will note it as an exception. So if you'll tell us what it is, that would be great. Right now. Oh, okay. Not a problem. Take your time. Any other exceptions?
While we're waiting.
Mr. Lindy?
I think this has been addressed in the revised agenda that came out this afternoon, but I think in an earlier version, there was an item in the consent agenda that said board action items. I
Right.
wasn't sure what that was, but it's stripped out now. And so
It's
there's
been
nothing
stripped out to and moved up above to what we
to
just
the, we
did.
just did. So it's
And
just
it's a,
resolutions, superintendent's recs, and treasurer's report.
you got it, that's
Thank you.
it. You got it, almost. And I'm glad Mr. Lindy brings up the action item. That is an old way that we once did. It's short of a resolution and it's about specific, like me saying to the superintendent, remember we changed summer school policy, or remember there was a presentation in finance. That's sort of an evolving kind of action item. Doesn't require any action, but it's a reminder. So yes, you've got a exception.
Yes, so it's under the amendments, which is line item number 11. As well as under the then and now certificates, which is letter C. And then lastly, it is under the grant awards, which is letter D.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the grant awards one?
Yes, letter D.
D,
Mhm.
thank you.
Are there any other exceptions by any other exception makers? Mr. Craig?
I had an exception, but more for clarity than necessarily voting against, but with regard to the resolution implementing the internal audit recommendations and just clarity on process for there. Specifically regarding that this was something that didn't necessarily go through audit committee. And so just kind of clarifying as we go forward, what these types of things would be, what's the process for these types of resolutions would be, because I don't recall us having something similar with past recommendations from the internal audit, but.
Right, and we haven't, with the exception of multiple selections by audit board members, that kind of thing, or changing the charter every 3 months, it seemed. But this is going back about 3 items or 3 months or 3 meetings ago. We'll recall that the internal audit chief presented once again the list of all the audit recommendations that had been made. And there were a number of audit recommendations that have been made that may not have yet been implemented. And there was a consensus on the audit committee, at least while I was there, that indeed they would like some sort of formality to say, we want these to be done, rather than it merely be the recommendation of the internal audit chief or the recommendation, if you will, of the community audit committee advising the administration to do something. So it seemed like there needed to be that nexus, that chain between what they were asking us to do, what the chief was doing, and then also putting board, I don't know, good housekeeping on, please do this. And we didn't list all the specific things that have been interested as by the audit committee. So it's sanctioning that because the audit committee can't tell the administration what to do. And the chief audit chief can help do that, but this way it's board action, hoping to get that kind of directive.
Okay, I mean, part of it for me was again, understanding the process there because
It's, yeah.
it hadn't gone through the audit committee or hadn't been discussed in the audit committee as of this year. And so if this is something that was being brought to solidify things from previous years audit committee,
That's it.
then that's more explanation than I had. So that's
Okay.
appreciated.
Yeah, we can check the previous minutes from the audit committee, but the presentation of all the recommendations and their interest in finding a way to make sure that everyone understood that we need the administration, and the administration has been very good about many of these items. So this is now at least sanctioning because the audit committee itself can't tell the administration what to do. We can occasionally try to anyway do that. Okay, so if we've taken all the exceptions and the exception makers, I need a motion and a second to approve the items of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And there's been revision and exceptions made, which are of record. So Treasurer Wagner, if you'll call the voting roll for the passage of the consent agenda with revisions.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat.
Yes.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes. Thank you very much, everyone. The inquiries and updates, we had none for this meeting since we just met last week. And now what we have is board matters, but we have a very important and big issue for board matters that our treasurer and superintendent and general counsel will share with us. And this is really and they can explain it, but this is the beginning of I would hope, the culmination of a lot of work regarding our partnership with our Cincinnati Preschool Promise Group. And this is a report back from, and then some recommendations, as I understand it, from the administration regarding the working of a draft agreement. Superintendent?
Yes, so I will just start by saying that this is the culmination of probably several months at this point of working with our team, with the Preschool Promise team as well. And so this is, we've gone back through several iterations. This is the last information that was shared with the board. So we will have our general counsel that will review that information, and then we'll open up and answer any questions that the board may have for Treasurer Wagner and I as well.
Thank you very much. General counsel, I guess you're up.
Thank you. Good evening. I think the last time we were together was following several board meeting discussions about the master agreement, including a joint meeting with the Cincinnati Preschool Promise folks. The direction back to both administrations was to work together to come up with a draft that could be presented back to both boards. I sent the board last week the most recent draft, which has been sort of worked on by both administrations, I think, based on the direction that both boards provided during those meetings. I'll just summarize it very briefly to say that the former master agreement, the one that was worked out in 2017, between the parties, I would describe as being sort of a very formulaic agreement with CPS and CPP receiving funds based on the number of students served according to an agreed upon cost of quality. Both sides received sort of the same amount based on those students served. Based on the feedback from board members and that, again, joint CPP meeting, I think the new direction or the new agreement that's being proposed here is to have a sort of upfront agreed upon manner of distributing funds between the two parties. So CPS has a certain amount, CPP has a certain amount, but then more discretion to the parties and more flexibility in how to spend those funds, provided they are always being spent for, and this is to quote the language of the new agreement, for the expansion, improvement, and maintenance of quality preschool programs. And that's, I think, what this draft attempts to do. I'll ask, there's several areas identified for the board as, highlighted to the board as certainly wanting to draw your attention to and make sure the board was in agreement. One is just the funds that there's sort of a predetermination of how the funds will be split for this year, next year, and then future years are based on, again, projections on the number of students to be served. I'll ask if the treasurer has anything to add, and then glad to answer any questions.
Treasurer Wagner.
Yes, thank you. So the change from the old agreement to the new agreement is moving more towards a per pupil tuition assistance support value based on the estimated revenues of the year and the number of pupils served. We'd agreed to do an extract, I think in either December or January, I forget which date, but and then also having a set aside for each organization to support their administrative requirements. For the district, most of the money that we put $2 million is set aside to support the expansion of special education staff to support the increased number of preschoolers that are being evaluated and served by their itinerant teachers. It's not a cost that CPP has to do. That's a cost that we do for all the students. And then CPP put $2.5 million aside to support their administrative and advertising and data management, legal counsel, that kind of stuff. So so we take the $15 million revenue stream, which is the set aside from the $48 million levy, divide that by the number of students that are anticipated to be served, and allocate the money out on a per pupil basis. That starts in the third year. So this year, we were already halfway through the year before we started doing these. So we left the budgets the same for this year. The second year, we went with the CPP's recommendation to split the funds based on a % over the last 5 years. And then in the third year, we're switching to a per pupil formulaic way. There is one phrase that was put in where the set aside grows 3% per year. My concern is that will drive the per pupil dollar down. Just want to make the board aware of that unintended consequence that might happen. And then most of the other things I caught had already been updated and changed. So thank you to Jake and Char up there.
Superintendent, do you have something to add before we take comments from the board?
I think it's covered. I support.
Okay. The current draft.
Right. So in terms of thinking about where we started, the areas that were the areas of focus that we needed to pull out, that were the things that both groups needed to really talk around, started with the funding around per pupil. So we came to a level of recommendation for that to share with the boards, as well as making sure that there was the addition, and I think the treasurer may have added this, but the addition that we are still focused on the highest needs populations. And so it was important that that language was included as well. And the one question that I did hear that we've talked about, but there is still the expectation around last dollar in as well.
Mr. Lindy?
I'm sorry, I just want to, I thank you for left that out. And then the last thing is, once we get to this final language, we need to set it up to the state auditor to make sure that they're comfortable with the way it's written.
Mr. Lindy.
I first wanted to say thank you to colleagues up here, also administration, for how long it's taken to get us here. Not easy, a lot of gratitude. My question, I think, is for President Bolden, or maybe for the administration, but what is the ask of board members tonight? Is this, we should green light this? We should share feedback on this?
My understanding from what General Counsel sent us is that they were interested this tonight for the last feedback, and that we're prepared to, we need to come in on the 18th and vote on this.
That's our
Is
request.
that's my recollection of the memo.
Yes.
So there's still some opportunity, I don't think in some substantive way necessarily to address some things, but if there's some issues that you still have some concerns about or need explanation about, that's the time to share, and then they will be ready to do whatever they think they have to. Because I know that the preschool board of managers is prepared to vote on I think the current draft or close to it, or are they expecting one more rendition? I'm not sure, but I know that that was part of the deal.
They're good. Actually, and I'm looking at Chara, we've been, they are supportive of the current agreement that we
Okay.
have.
The current
The
draft.
current draft that we have. Apologies.
And
Mr.
thank you.
Lindy.
And I also, I clearly missed that part of the memo, so I apologize and thank you for reminding me. I'm delighted that there is a draft that is supported by the administration and that also appears to be supported by the Preschool Promise Administration. No further
Great.
questions.
Anybody? Mr. Craig?
I want to first thank you all for doing such hard work on this, because I think it was a interesting labor of time and effort to get it here. I did want to just highlight one little part, and it's actually in a section that's already highlighted, but with regard to future joint efforts, and I just wanted to make sure we're adding the word in of opportunity, or like preschool quality, preschool expansion and improvement, because I do want to make sure that we're not setting the expectation that we would have more students covered per se, as opposed to more quality preschool options. Which is what I think when we met before, is one of the things we talked about, is that yes, we would be looking to expand the quality preschool options within our area, as well as per se in some spaces bringing some folks quality preschool options that they did not normally have or did not have previously, which I think is in alignment with what the General Counsel said in his presentation to us. But it just sounded like it was a little bit different wording in that future joint efforts than what was in the description that you gave earlier. But otherwise, I think, it's just reality that we're going to pay attention to that part. And I know we're going to have to talk about it at some point in time in budget and finance with regards to the levy that'll come up, and making sure we can put together some joint efforts to really push for that aspect of this as well.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Other comments? Dr. Moffett?
So I think this was a big effort. Thank you so much to the CPP staff and the CPS administration. I do have one comment and then a question. It says on page 2, under future joint efforts, around the timing, how long we're going to ask for the levy, how long it's going to be. So is that something we need to discuss tonight, or is that something that is up for, we talk about that later? Like, how does that work?
No, so I'll
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think it's of great concern to the CPP folks, whether the board is planning to renew this levy and continue working with CPP. I will say from the administration standpoint, decisions about school levies are the boards, not administrations. And so there's some reluctance on this. We're not gonna commit the board to your decision about renewing a levy, whether it's renewed for 5 years, 10 years. So I think they would let this draft indicates some indication from the board that at present you plan to renew the levy and plan to continue working with CPP. I think that's the sort of commitment that CPP was asking for in this draft.
Okay, I understood that it was the
No,
board's
no
goal.
no decision this
I was
morning
just
today
kinda-
about 5 or 10 years or anything
Okay,
like
that's what
that.
I was
Yeah.
wondering, is what was the expectation? Is that something, because it says for the Board of Ed to consider. So I was wondering, is that something that you want us to give you feedback on, and, or we talk about that? Like, what was the expectation for us on that particular one?
Only an indication that the administration was not speaking for the board in terms of
Good thinking.
Okay.
levy. Thank you.
Okay, got you. And then the other thing that I wanted to highlight, I don't exactly remember where it is, but it talks about kindergarten readiness, which I was really, it's actually section 4, which I was really, really happy to read, that it's talking about us working together with our schools and our families for CPP students to join our kindergarten. So I just wanted to make that comment, that I think that's really, really great that we've got that in writing, and that it's a true partnership for our littles. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
Other questions, comments, thoughts before I start? I think it's really great. I've been assured by the treasurer that financially this is good news, and that it moves us towards that per pupil piece. I do have some concerns that are language, I think, rather than substantive, but I'm very close. But looking at knowing if we're going to be going in all likelihood to the voters in a year, I think there are some things that probably need to be a little bit clearer, or at least in public dialogue right now, take care of it. The role of United Way, that was a major, major, major part of the sell and the renewal. And there's hardly a mention of United Way in here now. And that's just something, I don't know if that could possibly be beefed up, but I think that's going to be a question. I'm not, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I would just say, top of page 4, it's in section 2. It continues to contemplate that United Way will be that payments will be channeled through the United Way. That United Way will continue to provide administrative support, including human resources, payroll, and the things that I think they have during the first iteration of this. And I would say an improvement to this agreement is previously CPS was paying $200,000 annually, I think, to the United Way for that administrative support. The draft as written says CPP shall now be responsible for paying the United Way an administrative fee equal to their costs, their actual costs.
After the first year, United Way waived their.
They still
yeah.
waived. Okay. I was looking at what was written, not necessarily what was, yeah.
Okay, I do not necessarily sense that the strength is in the language regarding that the families and children in greatest need are going to be the top priority. I still have this sense that we're going to be spending money where there is less need rather than more money where there is the greatest need. Can you reassure me of that?
Yeah, so page 3, this is section 2A, small Roman numeral 1. Sentence we added, CPP will prioritize eligible preschool students who have the greatest financial need, with the greatest priority being given to those who come from families with a household income of 300% of the federal poverty level. That's not exactly, but pretty similar to what's in the current master agreement, which again prioritizes families who have the greatest need.
And I do think there's been some mission squeeze, so to speak, on that from a standpoint of expanding greater numbers of kids, perhaps with less, and families with lesser need, than concentrating so much. So that's a concern, but if you think that language addresses that, I feel better about that. The other piece is this, we're going to fund for the school year, but it doesn't say that indeed our private provider partners will only be providing the services through the school year.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference, I think, between the current master agreement and this version. It does, preschool program continues, and this is on page 1, will still be defined as a a program that commences in August of each calendar year and ends in May of the following year, again, similar to a CPS school calendar. I will say, I don't think the current agreement would ever have said to a private provider, you are not allowed to provide summer programming. The funding was based on a school year calendar, and I think that continues to be true with the definitions here. But certainly there is more flexibility, I think, in how CPP can spend money than there is under the current agreement.
Good, thank you, that's helpful. And then the last one or two, the issue of how we, people know this, we're no longer having the 5 stars, we're down to 3 stars. Does this agreement address that? And how are we necessarily determining the quality piece? Because this is at the center of it, was expanding quality seats. And I don't know how, since Columbus has changed how they're doing that, how are we moving from a 5 to a 3-star system?
Yes.
And if this is addressed in here, I'm not.
It is. It may take me 1 second to find it.
Sure,
It's a difference. Yeah, I'm aware that Columbus, I mean, I think even during the last term, there were concerns that Columbus may change its rating scale. Jen, if you see it, help me. This is the piece on where we're defining, sort of how programs are funded based on their number of pupils. And the number of pupils is defined, give me 1 second.
I think we stated the language would be that we would use whatever the state rating came up with that would be comparable, since we didn't know it at the time.
That's what we said, but that's actually what we said that we would do, but I'm actually looking for it in the document.
Yeah, so I got it. It's the top of page 3, the second full sentence on page 3. The per pupil ratio will be calculated based on the proportionate number of preschool students enrolled in a program rated 3, 4, or 5 stars on the Ohio Step Up to Quality scale, or a comparative state endorsed measure of quality. That's so it's still included in the agreement in terms of that's how we define how many students a program has enrolled, or that this is a program we're going to say is a quality program that should be funded.
Okay, I'll leave that to the experts on that. My last 2 items then, I'm concerned about the earliest paragraphs where we're talking in terms of providing services to preschool students or preschool age children. That providing services to preschool age children is not having a preschool. This worries me greatly.
Are you referring to the definition of a preschool program means an educational based program which provides services to preschool age children? Provides services to preschool age children. So that is the same definition of preschool program that is in the current master agreement, word for word.
And I kind of recognize it, but again, things have evolved. And indeed, the most important thing is that this is about preschool, whether it's a curricular piece or whatever it is, preparing children for kindergarten. And I just think that saying we're going to provide services for a particular school age or a preschool age group of kids is not saying you're going to have a preschool. So that is a concern of mine. And the other one, the last big one for me, is there's a reference to the 5 people that the Cincinnati Public Schools appoints to the Board of Managers. And it shows their representation will be that they will represent the interests of the CPP. Well, no, not actually. They're going to be representing the perspective of Cincinnati Public Schools partnership with the private providers. They don't automatically move from being our representatives, and that's why we have representatives. It doesn't become one big board that has the same approach. And I think to keep that partnership, keep that diversity of perspective, especially since the money is emanating from here, I just would like to see that be a better discussion regarding representation. certainly we should all be committed to the same stuff, but those representatives represent the interest of the district in the partnership, just like the Board of Managers represent CPP in this partnership. There's a way to address that. Superintendent?
One of the questions that I have here, I do recall that this came up when we were talking about this earlier, and this was actually before Board Member Jones left. But is this the space that we would need to consider adding language that spells out what that relationship looks like? Because I know that there were some concerns around the representatives that were representatives from CPS, and getting more back to what was done previously in terms of those individuals working more closely with the administration for CPS. So if this is the place to put that, what that looks like.
That's it, and my concern about preschool itself. I think this is wonderful. I think we've come a long way. This is something we can take to the public, or we're very close to this, because this is not going to be an easy ride. As much as this was so popular, this is tough. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Noted.
Vice President.
Yes, thank you, President Bolton. I just wanted to follow back up with something that the superintendent said earlier. This particular document that you're presenting to us, were there any issues that Preschool Promise had with the particular language or the document that you're presenting?
No, and I look to actually my counterpart with the thumbs up. The Preschool Promise Board is prepared to move forward with the agreement as it is. And I just want to see if that was. Yes.
Yep.
So that's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was hearing that correctly. So the recommendations or whatever President Bolton was suggesting, is that just in terms of taking some ideas and taking it back to them to then see if they particularly like that language, or are we sticking with the language that you're presenting to us today?
So it would be the will of the board in terms of what the board is wanting us to include in the agreement. And then from that, based on that information, we would then have to include that and take it back to our Preschool Promise team.
Thank you. I want to just make sure that we are aware of that it would be a joint decision based off of that. Thank you.
Mr. Lindy.
I really appreciate Vice President Weinberg's question, and I think from my perspective, I support the current vision and would love to get this across the finish line.
Nobody else? I'm just taking the administration at their word, which was they came back for the final input, and some of us have put some input there. I hope that none of it is substantive in a way that would cause a rejection of the draft. But the things I think I've suggested, at least the one that especially the superintendent just reiterated, was something that was of concern. And then I'm reassured about the most in need being our top priority. I think that's great. And whatever the administration feels it needs to come back with us, and it's the same thing, so be it. If it's some adjustments after they get to look at it too. But we would be voting on this on the 18th. Does that work for people? Mr. Morosky, Member Mapp? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I hate to tell anybody, but it's almost time to call for an adjournment.
So moved.
Or that we got to do assignments first. Yes. Does the executive director want to join us or come? Where'd she go? I lost her.
I'm here. I'm good.
There you go, right in front of me.
And we're excited for it.
Great. We are too. Is that good? I appreciate the suggestion. And thank you for being here, and thank you for all that you do, which is pretty remarkable. All things considered, no place in the country has the program that we have here together. No one does. We now are at the part of the agenda to ask for assignments, and I think there were a couple that were hanging on. Member Moffett, Doc, you have a couple. Do you have one or two?
I do. I forgot what they were. It was 3 hours ago. So, I believe it was to policy
Yes.
around, board etiquette was one for sure, amongst the board members. And then what was the other one?
Was it
The website, yes. And, I think Jen's word of a process improvement team to include the treasurer, the auditor, the superintendent, who, to look at and work on, clarity around the website. So those two.
Thank
Um,
you.
that's
Any other assignments, Mr. Lindy?
No, are we just deliberating on that one, or are we getting them all on the table first?
Oh, no, we're getting them all on the table first. Go for it.
No, I have no additions. I had a follow-up
Okay.
question about Dr.
Does
Moffett.
anybody else have any other assignments that we can have on our list? Vice President?
The assignment is a repeat of Board Member Moffett, but it was regarding the board protocol
Okay,
or board respect process. Yeah.
so that's been taken care of. So we're still only with those two assignments. Are there other assignments? Okay, we have two assignments and both of them are going to the happiest chair we have, which is Mr. Morosky, who loves the work. And so those will be going, and now we'll have discussion about whether or not there's board agreement to send them Mr. Morosky's way.
Just a clarifying question, I think, was the proposed assignment from Dr. Moffett about visibility in the website going to Mr. Morosky?
No,
I thought there was a
Okay.
continuous
There was a
improvement
committee-
team that was being proposed.
committee-
I just wasn't sure what the direction
Continuous
was.
improvement team.
So I think it's both. Board member Morosky is the chair of policy and can look at what the current policy is. But in addition to that, from the email February the 12th, there needs to be some clarification around what currently exists on the website and the minutes. Where they're stored, I believe, is probably part of Mr. Morosky's directive with regard to policy, but they were also going to form a team. That was what they said to do, that they were going to form a team around it.
I was just trying to understand what the proposed assignment was going to be as it relates to minutes and visibility on the website. And then my question was going to be, is the proposed direction one that's supported by the administration or not? And I think I'm just confused about what's being proposed, to be totally honest.
Well, I think the proposed assignment was also talked about from the treasurer's office as well, because it was her word, because there is lack of clarity around the treasurer, the internal audit, and the superintendent on the website. So the treasurer offered to work with the team in order to clarify her section of it. I asked for the policy committee to look at, from a policy standpoint, around communication and the minutes and where they're housed. Because it's not clear. You didn't see that email February the 12th, so I think that's probably part of the problem and maybe part of your consternation, but it was discussed February the 12th extensively. I asked to put it on the agenda because it is not clear, and that was from a community member. So are you saying that you don't want the administration to look at that?
No, no consternation, just confusion.
Where's your confusion? Does the
Well,
administration
let's
agree?
not- This crosstalk right now. Let me get back to this. So we have assignments that are being made. We've made two. They're both going to policy. The question for the policy piece would be, why would necessarily something about the minutes and what have you be going to policy? Maybe in part because they're not going to go to finance and they're not going to go to the committee of the whole, and they're not going to be going to health and safety. And it's a matter of law and requirement as to how we present the actual public record of our efforts to the public. So it's an uncomfortable fit. But I think if this, to Mr. Lindy's point, the administration feels that there's ways to improve that, which I think the superintendent suggested the suggestion as to how we could work together to improve it.
Yes, I was just a little unclear on who the assignment was for.
Mhm.
So I think what's being asked for, we actually responded to the email on the 12th. It went to the entire board. But I think that we can go back to that document and do a cross-reference in terms of alignment, maybe add some picture references to it, something that we can also put maybe on the first page. So we can come back with the next steps in terms of what that looks like and where the information is located, if that's responsive to what the request is.
Well, if the assignment maker would welcome a suggestion, I think the suggestion is that should go to policy to figure out exactly what is required by law and by expectation in our bylaws regarding the sharing of information and the actual public record. And that we then assign to the administration, putting together a team that can help make this work better and faster.
I do want to acknowledge, though, that all of our minutes are on the website. So I don't want anyone in the public to walk away feeling that the minutes are not on the website, because they are. But whatever we need to do to work and make sure that it's clear for everyone in terms of access and work with policy as well, we're open to doing so.
Right.
So I think it applies to policy under the 9,000 bylaws, particularly around 9141, community engagement, 9145, internal communications and engagements, to particularly ensure that we're abiding by what the policy, the bylaws say and the policy says. So I'm a little confused as to why it's confusing, but if we look at the community engagement section, I think it fits there for policy.
Well, Mr. Morosky, you're ready to take that assignment?
No, yeah, absolutely. I'll just, look at Ms. Davis and Mr. Holling and say we'll add this to our extraordinarily long list of things to get through on Friday, which we will do our best to get through all of them. But we will be finished in an hour and a half. So the past six
No matter
assignments this
what.
board has given have
No
come
matter
to
what.
our committee, which we're very proud of that, by the way.
Absolutely, you should be.
And we do have more fun than the rest of y'all's committees, but either way, we're happy to take them on.
I appreciate it. So there is a consensus of the board to accept that assignment. I think it is. Okay. The chair will now entertain a motion to adjourn. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We are adjourned. We're not going to vote. All in favor? Yes. Head out.